transparency, accountability, inclusivity in our decision-making processes. Let's ensure that the benefits of the natural resources are shared equitably among all Africans. Young people, on the other hand, have a unique perspective and energy to bring to the conversation. Let's harness our collective power to shape a future where Africa's natural resources drive sustainable development and prosperity for all the young people, promoting good governance in the NRE sector. At SYND, we are not only aiming to hold the government or duty bearers accountable, but to be more deliberate, showcasing the impact stories and environmental solutions of our young advocates as relative actors in safeguarding the integrity of our ecosystem. On this note, I want to say thank you to all who are here today. Thank you for all the lovely visitors that have come into our country. We hope that you enjoy your days here. There's a lot to see. Make sure that you enjoy yourselves immensely. But also remember that as the youth, we have an impact story to make happen. Thank you very much.
Come on, you can do better. So, we are about receiving the solidarity messages from a very beautiful woman, Edimio. So, AYC, we are honored to have Chichi Anangolu Okoye, the Regional Director for West Africa at Ford Foundation. With over 20 years of experience driving development and social with finance, climate action, and community empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to welcome our ladyship, Mrs. Chichi Ainangolo.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. I want to say good morning to each one, somebody next to you, and say good morning to them in your language. And at the end of my speech, I'm going to ask someone to tell me what they learned, what good morning in what language that is different from theirs that they learned. Okay, all right. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our young leaders, our innovators, our change makers from across Africa, government representatives that are here, civil society colleagues, partners from the private sector, academia, media, and the diplomatic community. Good morning, and thank you for taking our time from your very busy schedules to be here today. Let me also thank SYND for convening this year's Africa Youth Conference and for inviting me to stand with you. I bring you very warm greetings from the Ford Foundation. I'm very excited about the energy I feel in the room. It is bold, it is restless, and it gives me a lot of hope for the future. This gathering, above all else, is about you, the youth of Africa, whose passion, ideas, and courage are shaping the future of our continent. Africa's natural resources and environment have always been a crucial part of our collective survival and prosperity. Yet for too long, these vast resources have been a double-edged sword, sources of wealth and well-being, but determined to rewrite that story and emerging as a powerful force of change. Across the continent, we're seeing youth-led initiatives calling for new models of transparent and sustainable natural resource management. We're seeing young people leveraging technology and innovation to transform the status quo, using digital tools and social media for advocacy, raising awareness, and holding government and corporations accountable. Young Africans are proving that they are not just participants in the struggle for climate change and sustainable resource governance. You are trailblazers. You are organizing climate advocacy, climate strikes, running community monitoring programs. We must also face hard truths and acknowledge that poverty, exclusion, and desperation have driven some young people into activities that harm and degrade the very environment that we seek to protect. The reality of illegal gold mining in Ghana, Burkina Faso, Mali, Senegal, and northern Nigeria, as well as illegal refineries in Nigeria's Niger Delta, makes your leadership even more urgent. It reminds us that the fight for sustainable governance is not only about policies, but also about justice, fairness, and opportunity for all. At the Ford Foundation, we see this as an issue of intergenerational justice, fairness across time, responsibility across borders. We believe in equity, justice, and in the transformative power of young people. We are not here to dictate solutions, but to stand as allies, amplifying your voices, such as the Nigeria Futures Fund, co-created with MacArthur Foundation and Luminate, and the Youth Leadership Plus Fund. These platforms have enabled young people to use citizen science, community data, and grassroots advocacy to influence policy and reshape governance. They're helping to shape the narrative from exploitation to stewardship and from exclusion to empowerment. By fostering innovative entrepreneurship and advocating for policy reforms, young Africans are demonstrating that they are active and indispensable architects of a better future. I am also glad that this conference highlights entrepreneurship and skills retooling for climate action. Youth are Africa's powerhouse, the drivers of the informal sector and of innovation. Tapping into your ingenuity is Foundation West Africa Office as the Ford Foundation long-term commitment. In West Africa, our investments have supported young people to demand transparency in extractive industries, amplify women's voices in resource management, and strengthen civil society watchdogs. Most inspiring of all, we see youth-led organizations we once seeded now mentoring the next generation. Proof that support compounds across time. So my message today is simple. Don't just join the conversation, own it. Shift the narratives. Insist that natural resource governance in Africa must be about justice, equity, and opportunity. Build on likely partnerships. Seek out and tap into new financing, and never underestimate the power of your collective voice. You are not just the leaders of tomorrow, you are the power in the room today. And I want you to know your work matters, your leadership matters, and the world is watching with hope. The journey will not always be easy, but we stand with you, shoulder to shoulder, as you chart new paths for Africa and for the planet. Thank you. And before I leave, I want someone to say good morning are there any South Africans here? Anybody from East Africa? Tell us good morning in Swahili.
Good morning. Good morning. So my name is Noni Karaoke. I'm Miss Tourism Africa from Kenya. Thank you. So in Kenya, we say good morning is habari asubuhi. But, okay, all right. Let me give you a simple one, right? So you just say jumbo. You've heard of jumbo?
Yes.
Yes, so I say jumbo, you say jumbo, all right? I say jumbo.
Jumbo.
You are all going, you will all have grade A. Thank you so
everyone.
much.
Let me also add mine. Jumbo. Good, good. A round of applause for Chichi Anyagoli Okoye. We're still taking our solidarity messages, but before we do the next solidarity message, we would like to also acknowledge the presence of the Kenya High Commission, Wambui Wakigasi. Please, sorry if I butchered your name. Please, let's give a round of applause to her. Also acknowledging a very important media partner, Climate Watch. Climate Watch is a newspaper focused on climate stories. I think they also deserve a round of applause. It's one of a kind that I haven't seen in Ghana, and there is one for that focusing on climate change. But in the spirit of leaving no one behind and solidarity, I guess we also need to applaud our online participants as this event is streaming live on SYND's YouTube page. Please, let's do it massively for them, for their dedication, commitment to staying on to also enjoy as we have. Before I introduce the next speaker for the solidarity message, I think that we seem to be in a straitjacket event. So this is a youth event, right? Normally I would like to have a microphone to move around, but my organizers and my colleagues decided to make it very strict for me, so I have to really follow procedure. So we're going to do a clap. So I want you to join me, because apart from Nana Hema here, who is my co-host, I believe that every single participant here is also a co-host. So you're my second co-host, you're second in command. Do we agree to that? Awesome. So we are going to do a clap, and it's simple this way. So we are going to say and then clap in response to saying that. So we're going to say AYC. So AYC. Simple clap. Can we try it? AYC. One more time. One more time. Let it hit the roof. AYC. Let's put our hands together for ourselves. Awesome. Awesome. A very important partner unfortunately couldn't be here in person, and they are online to also give their solidarity message. So our media team, our technical team will take it over from here. Let's welcome with fervor Big Shift Global to give us their solidarity message. Can we put our hands together for them?
Hello friends, this is on behalf of Andy that Africa too often. Today, the fight is urgent. We must stop new fossil fuel financing, especially fossil gas, by governments and multilateral development banks. Every dollar spent on gas delays investment in renewable energy and locks communities into harm for decades. Big Shift Global stands with you in demanding a just energy transition, the one that creates decent jobs, powers communities with clean, affordable energy, and ensures Africa's resources truly benefit its people. Your leadership and innovation are vital to making this shift possible. Together, let's push to phase out fossil fuel financing and build the fair, sustainable future that Africa's youth deserve. Thank you, and I wish you all a powerful and inspiring conference.
I think we can give her an AYC clap. Can we do that? Oh, you are so good students. Let's do it one more time. Awesome. Thank you. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Awesome, awesome. So we are at the point of taking remarks from guest speakers. And we have over here with us the Director for Youth Development Empowerment Directorate at the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment. Very, very important to have a representative from that ministry, because everything that we are doing here concerns young people and the young at heart. So please, let's put our hands together and welcome Mohammed Sani Adams to give us his remarks. Please, can we do it better?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to play solace to the diplomatic 3 words, the most important things that we normally will want to start with in the introduction of such remarks and speeches, and that is all protocol observed. I want to first of all bring you warm greetings from Honorable George Operado, Esquire, the Honorable Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment, and my own Chief Director from the technical teams of the Youth Development and Empowerment section of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment. I want to express a very deep appreciation for this opportunity that is given to the ministry to be part of this program. We want to give an excellent gratitude and congratulations to the SYDND for their efforts. We have had a lot of development partners. We have had a lot of interaction since the ministry was established in January 2025. Because of the excellent interaction that we have had with the representatives that have approached the ministry. Indeed, the Honorable Minister has that will come from this workshop. Unfortunately, there are other pressing issues that has taken him out of the office, but he has expressed to me that 2020, indeed, if we are here, resources and environmental sustainability, in cognizance the purpose and principles of life, ladies and management. Indeed, the Almighty Allah has created resources and bestowed in nations fewer resources and sustainability. And I can tell you that it is the way that we have bestowed it even in our laws. For example, in Ghana, Article 20, in fact, Chapter 20, a lot of Ghanaians do think natural resources and the environment. I can tell you that when life ceases to exist, then we will manage this environment and ensure that there is sustainability. Have a lot of sense of ownership. The sense of ownership, yes, must go with responsibility. That is the problem that we have when it comes to the natural resources invasion in Ghana, destroying our environment. We do think that we have the right to the natural resources as a youth. Yes, we have the right to the natural resources. But we also have the responsibility to ensure that these natural resources are managed so much about the future that for us understand that they are responsibilities. And within this responsibility are rules and regulations. Africa, we're thinking that you take to have, at the end of the day, the aspect where we understand our remarks. I give you 2-3 things that you need to deal with. The first thing is about the education on natural resources. When I was in Singapore some time ago, I was walking around and I was asking myself that what are the natural resources in Singapore? And I realized at the end of the day, the only natural resources Singapore has is the human beings. It's the human beings. In fact, if you want to talk about another natural resource they have, it's just a small river that runs across Singapore, the city-state. Okay, so you then ask yourself, when I stood they have a very tall building we call the Marina Bay. So when I was on top of it, then I asked myself, what is happening to us as Africa? That we have all these resources like the chairperson mentioned. We have bauxite, we have timber, we have manganese, we have gold. It's one of the best in the whole of the world. And so you wonder what is happening to us. Should it be greed? Should it be misunderstanding? Should it be that we don't even understand what we have and the purposes of what we have? That is why that I'm thinking that one of the basic things that we need to address in such a conference is education. And education will hinge from 3 factors. The first factor is the higher level education. The higher level education has to do with the universities and tertiary institutions. What are they doing in terms of pumping the right sense of belonging, the right sense of ownership, and the right sense of responsibility on the ownership of our natural resources and environmental sustainability? That's very important to all of us. How are they dealing with it? And I dare to say that we should not limit education to only the formal education, that you must think about the non-formal education and the informal education, environmental destruction. Most of them are out of school. And therefore, we must make sure that this education goes to those that are even out of school. And I can tell you, every nation, for example, in Ghana, we have the NDCs. The NDCs are the nationally determined contributions, what we want to contribute in terms of environmental sustainability. And I dare tell you that this NDC, for it, I can talk about Ghana, that very limited people, in fact, I dare say that less than 20% of the people who ought to know about these NDCs do not know about them. So how then do they contribute? Because we are talking about the nationally determined contributions. So the level of education must be significant and so warranted so that people can contribute significantly to what we are dealing with. So that is the first point. The second point that I would like this conference to take care of is the natural resource accounting. In many organizations and many institutions and many countries across Africa, natural resource accounting has not been taken seriously. For example, in my own country, if you ask anybody who is in authority to tell you what is the total amount of natural resources quantified in CD terms or in dollar terms in our country, you'll be found wanting. And because we do not understand social resource accounting, natural resource accounting, and we are not taking it so seriously, it's same. You go to most of the district assemblies. In my country, for example, in Ghana, we have about 261 district assemblies. And when you go to this assembly, most of them, they are doing sound winning and so on and so forth. And I can tell you that every bucket or tipper truck that leave most of these district assemblies, the district assemblies don't receive more than 100 cedis from that trip. That means that they do not understand that natural resource that is taken away from them. But if you have an evaluation to understand the value of the natural resource in terms of natural resource accounting, it will help us a lot in getting to where we want to get to. And therefore, I would like this conference to take into consideration natural resource accounting, so that when it is done, people will understand the value of the resources that we have, the total value of the resources that we have. And so when the resources are depleting, they will know day in and out those that are negatively minusing, and then they can plan their ahead and be able to create that. The third thing that I want to talk about actually has to do with investment and employment. We have a very vibrant, we have about 37% of the youth who are in our population dynamics, of course, from the last census that we conducted. And I can tell you that that is the legal age bestowed in 939 of the Act, which is in consonance with the Commonwealth and then, of course, the African Youth Charter, 15 to 35 years. But of course, when we talk about cultural dynamics and of course social metrics, and we talk about Ghana, we are talking about youth and we are extending it to 40, 45 years. And so if you take that bracket, you are talking about close to 60% of our population. That is not a joke. But how much investment are we doing in youth development? I can tell you that across Europe, they are investing of their annual GDP on youth development. When you come to Asia, they are investing close to 25% on youth development. When you come to Africa, our average investment on youth development is about 6%. And in my country, it's far less. That tells you that that investment will not yield the necessary employment that we require. And therefore, when the necessary requirement that will provide employment is not given, the youth will take to an atmosphere of trying to take over some resources that they think that will bring them income. What is the basis of a young man who is not able to fund for himself and even support his family? The purposes of development have to do with dividends, and the investment of dividend basis on families is education. And when you are educated, the family expects some kind of returns. And when there are no returns, it becomes problematic. And in some cases, you are rejected. Let us take this into consideration. And I dare say that we will get somewhere. I'm very happy that the young persons of this country, and of course across Africa, have seen the need to come together to discuss matters relating to environment and matters relating to natural resources. The natural resources, we all know that very soon across the world, Africa will be, and it will always be, the source of natural resources for the whole world. The investment and the level of invitation and people visiting us from Europe and across Asia and most Americans is not for nothing, but the purposes of our resources. We must guard against mediocrity and ensure that tokenism does not exist and will take to positivity and success so that we'll be successful in displaying these natural resources for the benefit of our future and the sustainability of our country. Thank you so much.
Wow, I'm dumbfounded. I think we've been given a lot of thought-provoking comments to set the tone for the conference. Don't just join the conversation, own it. Have a sense of ownership, but also be responsible for whatever you are owning. And as you are also owning the conversation, make sure you shift the narrative for the greater good. An AYC clap for Alhaji Mohammed. An AYC clap for Alhaji Mohammed. AYC. Good. Thank you very much. Okay, awesome. We've gotten to a solemn moment. One of our very important partner, the development agenda, the director, was supposed to be here, but information reaching us is that a month ago, he passed on. A fellow frontier for climate action, who was spearheading the development agenda, which is a climate and development magazine, both in English and then French. So with all humility, I would kindly want us to rise to our feet to observe a minute silence for him, that our hearts are with his family, his friends, his comrades in all of this. May the souls of the departed find rest in the bosom of the Creator. Kindly let's take our seats. And we've returned to excitement again, so let's pump up and get ready for the next session. Over to you, Nanahema.
Thank you very much, Mr. Safo. We are honored to receive another guest speaker, and it's a person of Dr. Joseph Daniel Onoja, Director General of the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, with a PhD in Conservation Biology from the University of Jos in collaboration with St. Andrews University, UK. Dr. Onoja brings deep expertise in biodiversity protection and environmental management. Through his leadership, NCF has championed projects in forest landscape restoration, wildlife conservation, and community development, while advancing advocacy on climate change and sustainability at both national and international levels. His contributions reflect a lifelong commitment to protecting Africa's natural heritage and shaping inclusive solutions for the future. With the hands of an applause, let's welcome Dr. Daniel Joseph Onoja.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I must add distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to, as we say in Nigeria, stand on existing protocol. And it has really been holding because it's very strong. It has held my Oga at the top here. If it has held him, he should hold me. So thank you very much. I will be standing on that. And I'll go straight to the point. The Nigerian Conservation Foundation, we are very excited to be a part of this year's AYC. Last year, the information got to us quite late, so we couldn't participate, but luckily this year we are here. And I'm here with my colleagues, some of my colleagues, about 5 of us, made up the Nigerian team from the Nigerian Conservation Foundation. And that is a test, is very, very important. and even the youths as well. But I want to throw this to you as you are seated here. Think Africa. The base is our youth population. And we are depending on each and every one of us seated here and many more youths out there to bring out innovative solutions to the things that are bringing to the table. Sometimes we deceive ourselves, or sometimes we are discouraged by the fact that, we do not have the financial resources to push these things. But I tell you what, that financial resources are the least of the resources that we have as long as we bring innovation on the table. Because sometimes we focus on financial resources and we forget about value. And we lose both value and the financial resources. But I tell you what, by the time we are able to bring value to the table, financial resources will follow. I usually challenge my team that anytime we are thinking about a solution, the finances should be the last thing we think about, because it has a way of blocking our thinking faculty. Then we'll be able to, when we have that, we have the value, then the finances will come after it. And as young people, and as youths, we have that opportunity. We have what it takes to be able to make that happen. And that is why, as we implement our approach in terms of, we have the thinking. This year alone, we've been able to plant over 100,000 tree species, seedlings, because we included the youth in what we are doing. And by the time they own the process, we are able to push things ahead. And with the Ford Foundation, we are working in the Niger Delta with the youths of the Niger Delta in climate governance and pushing things ahead to ensure that when they are involved in it, they see that it's not just about their future, it's about even the present, and they need to be involved in it. And I urge us, these 3 days that we are going to spend here, let it not be like the older generation's talk shop. Let this be the time for us to really think, to really innovate, to really bring up solutions that will be able to push into the governance of our natural resources. Because as I said, we are the center of this. And the Nigerian Conservation Foundation will continue to try our bit in the nation Nigeria as we continue to support even continental or global push to make this happen. I just came in from the African Climate Summit that took place in Addis Ababa. And one of the things that was being pushed is the implementation of all the actions that have been pushed in terms of climate change, and Africa united to be able to go to Belém in Brazil. Youths have a voice in that. So I'm looking forward to, at the end of this conference, that you'll be able to come up with your own voice that will form part of the youth's voice of Africa as we push forward to ensure that there is equity, there is equality in the things that we do as we continue to look forward to maintain and conserve our natural resources, especially in Africa. Africa is the hub where things are going to be moving on, and we need to be involved in it, not just be bystander much.
Funds has the ability to block your thinking faculty. I believe that young people here can relate to that. Let me switch to the informal language. You know, be so, or it be like saying no one real plus me, because the moment you start thinking about money, then in particular, all of a sudden disappears. But indeed, funds has the ability of blocking our thinking faculty. Value pools and attracts finance, and youth are at the center of change. When our representative from the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment took to stage, he also made mention of 3 things, which I want to reiterate to all of us, because I think I can be a schoolmaster when I meet you anywhere. I'll just ask you to see attention. So he mentioned that he was having a cursory look at the environment and realized that the only resource they have are human beings. So I'd also want to recommend from this book to you, from a very good book for us to read as young people. And the second question was about natural resource accounting. Please, let's give an AYC to our previous speaker. A sage from, in the person of Honorable Seydou Isifu. Can we put our hands together for this Herculean feat, Ghana's first Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability? Honorable Isifu is widely respected for his commitment to community development, particularly in education and infrastructure. He has also driven entrepreneurial initiatives that create sustainable business solutions, empowering young people and advancing socio-economic growth through youth employment. Let's have a watch at his pre-recorded special message to us as we put our hands together for him. Can we do that?
Distinguished guests, young leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and humility that I address you today at this important African Youth Conference on Natural Resources and Environmental Governance 2025. Allow me to begin by congratulating the Strategic Youth Network for Development and all partners for convening such a timely and relevant dialogue under the theme Transforming Africa's Natural Resource Governance Through Youth-Led Solutions. This gathering is a testament of the power of the youth and young people across Africa to shape the future of our continent. Africa is blessed with abundant natural resources, minerals, oil, gas, forests, fertile lands, and water bodies. Indeed, we hold a significant share of the world's critical minerals needed for the global energy transition. Yet, as history shows, resource abundance does not automatically translate into degradation and unemployment. The challenge before us is clear. How do we ensure that Africa's natural wealth benefits its people, especially its youth, while safeguarding our environment for generations yet to come? Distinguished participants, Ghana is charting a bold new path in climate governance. Earlier this year, the government of Ghana, under the visionary leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, established the office of the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability at the presidency. This office was created as a demonstration of the highest political decision to provide dedicated leadership, coordination, and accountability. Our mandate is to ensure that climate change is no longer treated as a side issue, but rather as in climate change and sustainability units across ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to mainstream climate action into governance at all as a center of excellence for research, innovation, financing, and partnership linking governments, private. This institutional architecture reflects our determination to embed climate action. It puts the youth at the center of natural resource governance agenda. By 2050, Africa's youth, this democracy, sustainable agriculture, ecotourism, green technologies, and responsible mining. But if neglected, the same youth population could face deepening unemployment, exclusion. And Youth Conference on Natural Resources and Environmental Governance are so crucial. They provide space for youth to dialogue, learn, showcase innovation, while also holding decision makers accountable for responsible, be both responsible agenda with our climate goals. Emphasizes renewable energy, sustainable land use, resilient agriculture, and waste to value enterprises. At the same time, flagship policies like the 24-hour economy and the Big Push agenda are being aligned with climate-smart strategies to create inclusive and green jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa's natural resources wealth must not be a curse. It must be the empowerment of youth and women, benefit sharing from natural resource exploitation, also invest in youth-led green enterprises with one voice on climate and natural resource governance. Distinguished partners, the creation of the Office of the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability signals Ghana's seriousness in tackling the twin challenges of climate change and resource governance. Together with partners like Strategic Youth Network for Development and all the brilliant young people here today, we will advance an agenda that not only secures Ghana's future, but contributes to Africa's collective prosperity. As we deliberate over the coming days, let us remember the choices we make today will determine whether Africa's resource empower or impoverish our people. I have every confidence that with youth at the forefront, we will choose the path of empowerment, sustainability, and resilience. Thank you. May this conference inspire bold action across our continent.
Thank you very much. That is well said, Honorable Minister. We've gotten to a point where I love so much, but as young people, we cannot come for a conference and not be buzzing on social media. So please take a selfie, take a photo, add the hashtags, hashtag AYC2025, hashtag be part of it. Last year, it was we are shifting. This year, we are being part of the conversation, not just being part, but also owning the conversation. So please, let's do that. Take a photo selfie with someone you found new, post it on social media. Let's buzz all over social media and hit the roof. Now, this part is very important because those people are very dear to my heart. I mean, young people are dear to my heart, but those people are very, very dear to my heart. And these are the future generations for every particular family, nation, and the world at large. I'm talking about children. And when our Honorable Minister, our Director, Alhaji Muhammad, spoke about education as one of the things that we need to consider, we are going to see a performance from children who are going to educate us on what they know on natural resources or a part of it. And so this is very, very dear to my heart because when I saw them do it during their rehearsal, I thought to myself, I don't think I ever did any of these things back in school. When I saw them dancing, I was like, this is a no-go zone for me because I will never do that. This is for you. Just do it and educate us through your dance, through your choreography, through your spoken word, and through the poem. So we'll be taking a kids' climate performance from Seeds After the Order of Christ Academy. Can we put our hands together for them? We find them under one of our projects, Children for Climate Action, and we want to give them that opportunity to also educate us on climate change. Let's put our hands together for them one more time.
Thank you for this opportunity. So I'm by the name Kyo Davis, and my spoken word is entitled Africans Heroes, Africans Time. We sit in class, dreaming in silence, eye glued to screens. Wakanda forever, Iron Man flying, Doctor Strange birthing time. We cheer up their powers, their strength, their brilliance, but forget we too carry gifts, hidden, locked away waiting. Africa is Wakanda. Gold, cobalt, diamond, oil, forest breathing, rivers rolling, lands vibranium veins. Yet our people are poor, our youth jobless, our mothers crying, our fathers tired, continent shining, but children starving. Man builds his suits, but we are left. Doctor Strange bends time, but time feels stolen. Watch heroes screens, whilst real heroes inside us wait for one chance to rise. The world rushes for cobalt, lithium, rare earth treasures, but will Africa benefit or will history repeat? So we, the youth, must be more than dreamers. We must be more than fans. We must be inventors. We must be guardians of the land, because Africa's story is not finished. Africa's story is not finished. So let's make the world know that Africa's youth are rising, not tomorrow, not someday, but today, because voices are the shield, our are the weapon, our love for the land is the magic. Let's make them know that our but today, because the power is in us, the future is in us. Africa time is now. Thank you, February.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cynthia Thompson, and I'm here to share a poem with you all entitled A New Song for Africa. Africa, blessed her soil, heavy with gold, her rivers, whispering oil, her skies, breathing wind and sun. Yet, beneath her plenty millions of her children, wait, hands idle, dreams deferred, whilst the earth groans in scars of neglect, but hope in gathering, not in boardrooms only, not in the speeches of men grown old, but in the footsteps for your youth, brave, unyielding. Here I YC 2025, voice, gathering a chorus of young who will not let abundance be respect. They come with ideas like ready to splay stone, ready to root in tomorrow's soil. They speak of entrepreneurship not as a luxury, but as still worship. They see governance not as walls of a but as rivers of inclusion, where women, the disabled, the overlooked, the forgotten, all drink from the same well. All drink from the same well. This is the vision that African strength will no longer will no longer breed her dry, but clothe her children in dignity, feed her people in justice, and heal a land in truth. Oh, Mutala, torchbearer of his hope, your words are not just echoes, but they are drums, summoning us to dance, to fight, to lead, to fight, to lead, to build. We, the youth, will answer.
Youth walks confidently side, carrying books, drums. Suddenly, they hit an invisible wall. Hand pressed forward, eyes on. They try to push, climb, or break through, but fail. They fall back, frustrated and showing hopelessness. One child enters with a knowledge to change. They strike the wall once. The wall breaks. Jumps free and begins. African youth walks with dreams, yet invisible walls hold us back. Ignorance, pollution, waste, and broken systems. But together with knowledge, courage, and action, we can break every wall. Watch as the new generation rises to dance from climate change and a greener tomorrow. Thank you.
Right now, we're facing a man-made disaster of global... If we don't take action, the collapse of our civilizations and the extinction of much of the natural world is on the horizon. The world's people have spoken. Their message is clear. Time is running out.
The amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere now is 50% higher than it was in 1900. And not only are we piling in more and more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but we are chopping down the forests of the earth at a great rate. And the forests themselves are the most efficient consumers of carbon dioxide that there are on Earth. We're going to destroy the ground because the soil of a rainforest isn't very good. We are actually tampering with the climate of the earth and with the very atmosphere that we breathe. When we talk about the disappearance of the ozone layer, we don't know what will happen when the ozone layer goes. Something that affects the entire earth. If there's one thing that is biologically certain about the human species is that it is a human species, one species.
If we don't stop the destruction of our natural world, nothing else will matter. Simply put, if we don't protect nature, we can't protect ourselves.
Solve a problem is by a human solution. Never can we sit back and wait for miracles to save us. Miracles don't happen. Sweat happens. Efforts happens. Thought happens.
we resound it louder for them? Can we resound it louder for them? I think you can add a shout to it. Awesome, awesome. And I was seated, and I went to Say Talk Academy. Thank you. Somebody may ask, it's as if I came for AYC and I'm hearing speeches. Yes, because today is the opening ceremony and we need to grace it specially and open it very well for the following days ahead of us. We've gotten to the point where we have to take a keynote address for AYC 2025, and we have a very special man to do that for us. He is the Commissioner of Environment, Climate Change and Mineral Development in Plateau State, Nigeria. With over 15 years of experience spanning business, leadership, and public service, he has proven his versatility and passion for building solutions that drive climate resilience and sustainable resource management. His leadership blends policy innovation with practical impact, empowering communities and setting the pace for greener futures. Beyond public service, he is also a seasoned entrepreneur and visionary leader, steering initiatives that connect economic growth with sustainability. As chair of committees on carbon sequestration, mining reforms, and climate assembly steering, he is shaping the policies that matter for both today and the next generation. AYC distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding applause, we are excited to welcome and receive with warmth and fervor the Honorable Peter Kananang Jom. Let's put our hands together for him as he comes. Let's make it louder as he comes to give us the keynote address for AYC 2025.
The host organization of this great conference, distinguished delegates, development partners, fellow Africans, and above all, to be here. I'm very excited, especially seeing our people dressed in their wonderful attires. It's really beautiful seeing Africans taking pride in their own culture. So I think we deserve a round of applause for ourselves. We shouldn't allow our cultures to be diluted in any way. We shouldn't feel that when our outfit is in any way funny. This is who we are, and we should walk in our outfits proudly. Secondly, I was really excited and emotional when I saw our young ones, the children, giving their presentation. For me, it's really important that we catch them young, even before we get to the age of 15, where globally we call those our youth. So I think I'm very proud of the organizers that have brought these children here to make this performance, because we must be very intentional about what we're doing when it comes to our environment. So our children should be, in many cases, I always tell people where I'm from, that if we start training them in our schools, when they even see their parents doing the wrong things, they will correct them. In my state, I'm responsible for waste management. Sometimes you see adults driving their vehicles, winding down their windows and throwing plastic out of the windows. And some people have told me, because of what we're doing in our schools with some programs, when some children see their parents with, exhibiting some of these bad habits, they correct their own parents. So it's very important to take them, start from when they're young. I will speak a little bit about where I'm from. I'm sure many people know Nigeria, but not many people would know Plateau State. Plateau State is one of the 36 states in Nigeria, and I'm the Commissioner for Environment, Climate Change, and Mineral Development there in the state. I've been there for 2 years, and I don't claim to be an expert in this area. And in fact, when the governor of my state appointed me to this ministry, I was wondering why. because it had nothing to do with, not very much what I was doing in the past before I became a commissioner, but I can tell you that I would rather not be doing anything than what I am doing today. And for me, it's a political appointment, so I know that I wouldn't be there forever. But I want to assure you that working there for 2 years, I am now convinced that this will be a life passion for me. It will be something that I would always be involved in, whether I'm in this office for the rest of my life. Plateau State is the hub of mining in Nigeria. We've been mining in Plateau State for over 100 years. The British people and the Germans came, I believe, in 1903 and started proper mining in Plateau State. Of course, the method of mining as was done then, they weren't probably aware of the kind of degradation that, you know, the consequences of the land degradation that was going on then. So when they left in the 1970s, due to the Nigerian Indigenization Act, they left us with a lot of mining ponds, and they left us with very devastated land on the plateau, and I can tell you that they have become a death trap. So Plateau State is the hub of mining till today, even though what we are seeing in Plateau State is mining in the illegal methods that we do not encourage and want to see. We're losing a lot of youths almost daily from mining activities, and it's something that is very worrisome to the states and to the federal government, although not enough effort is being done to combat illegal mining. It's quite interesting to see that it's not just us on the plateau that are suffering from illegal mining and its consequences. It is happening in Nigeria and almost every country that is involved in mining in Africa. I'll continue with my speech. I wrote a speech, but I felt I should say one or two things informally before I start. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you at this pivotal convergence of Africa's most precious resource, our youth. We are gathered here in Accra at a defining moment in our continent's story, where the decisions we make concerning our natural environment and resources will make a ripple effect for generations to come. I commend the Strategic Youth Network for Development, Youth in Natural Resource and Environmental Governance, and its partners for putting together this life-changing conference. By creating this platform, you have crafted practical plans and natural resources and empowerment for their support towards this conference. Your encouragement strengthens our shared vision of ensuring across our continent, the management of natural resources and the environment has often been met with challenges like conflict, inequality, environmental degradation, etc. These communities live amidst abundance, yet suffer scarcity. Typical examples are, in the Sahel, drought and desertification displace communities and fuel conflicts. In Southern Africa, recurring droughts jeopardize hydropower from the Zambezi and Limpopo basins. In West Africa, irregular rainfall and mining-related flooding harm livelihoods and food security. In the Horn of Africa, climate-driven farming remains a major threat. Africa is the youngest continent in the world. According to studies, 60% of our African population is under 25. Yet, among Africa's 420 million youth aged between 15 and 35, about 1/3 are unemployed, 35% are vulnerably employed, and 19% are inactive. Meanwhile, natural resources remain the backbone of our economies, providing 80% of all employment in agriculture, fisheries, forestry, and mining. Africa has the opportunity to turn its resources into a true blessing by building a resilient economy, restoring ecosystems, and empowering communities. The potential honestly, is vast. The question before us is clear. How do we transform this wealth of youthful energy and varied resources into sustainable, inclusive prosperity? The answers are already emerging. Young Africans are pioneering climate-smart agriculture, renewable energy, innovations, digital tools for transparency, grassroots conservation projects, and many more, but to mention a few. In Ghana, for instance, the Strategic Youth Network for Development are training young people in natural resources management, energy transition, and climate leadership. In Kenya, as part of its Change Act framework, Kenya pledged to restore and conserve 10.6 million hectares of degraded land by planting 15 billion trees by 2032. To kick off these efforts, Kenya declared a National Tree Growing Day, a public holiday with around 150 million seedlings planted on its inaugural day in November 2023. I can see the Kenyans clapping. As my brother, the DG of Conservation, said, we are just coming in. We came in yesterday from Ethiopia, where the African Climate Summit was being held. And I can tell you that Kenya is in forefront when it comes to climate change. So Kenya, well done. In Nigeria, the Chanja Dirty Limited is collecting plastic waste and recycling it to plastic pallets for the global market beyond the continent, creating value from waste to wealth. In Zimbabwe, youth-led initiatives like Fresh in a Box are digitizing access to fresh organic produce, showing how technology can transform agriculture. Now, in Plateau State, where I'm from, it would be weird if I don't say what we are doing. The youths are actively participating in climate policies. For instance, we have recently inaugurated the first Plateau State Climate Assembly, and not just Plateau State, the first climate assembly in Nigeria, and arguably in Africa. I'm in Africa now, let me not say what I shouldn't say. But arguably, the first climate state climate assembly, with 2 representatives drawn from each local government area, cutting across different sectors and age groups, with 60% youths as members, with a mandate of gender inclusivity and people living with disabilities. The Assembly successfully adopted the Plateau State's climate policy and action plan, as well as the development of a draft climate change bill. Recognizing the challenges of unregulated resource exploitation, we have embarked on sanitizing the mining sector, creating safer, more transparent practices while deliberately encouraging youth inclusion in governance, monitoring, and beneficiation, as well as expanding our reach to add value to our precious minerals and stones for economic growth as we build capacity in the sector. We don't want people to come into our continent or our state, cut away the raw materials, as we're seeing even with cocoa in Cote d'Ivoire, creating into chocolates and returning back to us at a higher price. We have suffered this in the oil sector in Nigeria, cutting away our crude, we're not refining and selling it again to us at a higher price. And of course, that is a net deficit for us as a continent. So we're recently given, my ministry has recently been given the approval to create a lapidary, a gemstone institute where we train our youths, create them into cooperatives, and give them startup packages to go and create their own cottage businesses where we'll be making jewelry and so on. So you'd soon hopefully be seeing jewelry coming out of Plateau State. I was in London recently in August on a summer vacation with my family, and we went to the market, and my wife was buying jewelry. So I just casually walked up to the lady, because we were scattered all over the market, so I went to meet her, and then I asked her, she was selling gemstones, and I asked her, where do you get your gemstones from? And she just said vaguely, Africa. How do you want, what form do you get it? She said they bring it in raw form, they polish it, they cut it, and they make it into jewelry. We're buying one ring for 25 to 30 to 50 pounds. That is a lot of money, and I know in Nigeria, that is not what we sell those minerals from. When the commissioner director was saying earlier on that we're just losing when it comes to our raw materials. I really want to say that he said the truth. Communities don't even know the value of what they have. I have seen community development agreements with mining companies in Plateau State that for their traditional rulers, they're sewing them traditional attires. They're not building schools, they're not building roads, they're not building hospitals, and they're not building the infrastructure that this community so deserves because the community does not know what they own. We are also actively supporting growing young entrepreneurs, as I've said, with the Gemstone Institute and innovators in renewable energy, agroecology, and waste-to-wealth initiatives. We have currently taken stock of all the recycling companies in Plateau State, and we're creating an enabling environment for them to not just create this plastic and send them off to China, but we want those industries to be here in our own state, to be in Plateau State in Nigeria, with the aim of growing a secular green economy. This achievement, through modest demonstrates our commitment to advancing the AYC's mandate of youth inclusion, sustainable governance, and environmental stewardship. These examples remind us that young people are not just the leaders of tomorrow, they are the leaders of today, ready to take action towards transforming the African economic status. Good governance is the key. It must be transparent, accountable, inclusive, and forward-looking. Policies must protect ecosystems, empower communities, and ensure that resource benefits are equitably shared. Most importantly, governance must create structured platforms for youth voices to shape not just the conversation, but the decisions themselves. We stand here speaking out at what matters for our generation and generations to come after us. Let us therefore institutionalize youth inclusion mechanisms within government structures at all levels. Let us support youth-led green enterprises from renewable energy to agroecology and conservation. Let us strengthen continental knowledge sharing platforms, ensuring African solutions inspire African progress. Let us embrace African inclusion in our efforts, recognizing that no country can solve these challenges in isolation. Our unity, West, East, North, Central, and Southern Africa is our strength. And let us push for a unified African voice in global climate negotiations, ensuring our priorities are heard and acted upon. In closing, as we deliberate in Accra, let this conference be more than words. Let it be a springboard to action. I implore us all to be open-minded, to view this from a holistic lens that caters to the economic, social, and psychological aspects of our growth. The future of Africa's environment and natural resource is not just in the hands of governments or institutions. It is in innovation, creativity, resilience, and leadership of its youths. I think my colleague there, or my brother there, mentioned that it is not just about the funds, but it's about being innovative. And when you're innovative, the funds shall follow. I encourage, therefore, every young person here to choose to be part of the change, take a step forward towards ownership of your future, and be bold in building the Africa you want to live in. Let's work in integrated teams from partnerships and collaboration. Together, as we unite as one Africa with one voice, the African vibration will be stronger by so birthing a movement that will transform the state of governance over our natural resource and the perspective of Africa as a whole. Permit me to extend my sincere appreciation to my governor, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Plateau State, Barrister Caleb Manasseh Mutfwang, for his support and commitment towards youth inclusion. As you can see myself, I run one of the largest ministries on the plateau, and I'm only 44. I became a commissioner when I was 42. And so many people, I can tell you, it's been a battle to remain as commissioner because the older generation don't want to see me around. But they cannot do it out. They can't do anything about it. They just cannot. And that is the reason why I don't take my position for granted, and I work day and night to make sure I'm a success, so that the younger generation don't say, well, we told you. So I can tell you that His Excellency, Barrister Caleb Manasseh Mutfwang, has supported the average age of commissioners in the ministry, 20 of us in the States, isn't up to 50 years old. And also, he has included people with disability. Our head of research and development in Plateau State is blind, and I can tell you he's been given all the support that he needs, and he's doing a fantastic job. We have women in our cabinet in all manners of positions in the government. He has space for young leaders to participate in decision making. He has shown that sustainable governance cannot thrive without the energy, innovation, and vision of the youth. We are grateful, Your Excellency. Lastly, as the Ghanaian Akan proverb reminds us, I had to bring it home. I had to bring it home because I know that a majority of Ghanaians here. As the Ghanaian Akan proverb reminds us, whoever climbs a good tree will always find a helping hand to push them upwards. Is that so? Is that so, the Akan people? Or it's not good enough? Or I didn't say it enough? You're trying to trick me. Later on, I'll go and find the translation and come back and say it. But in other words, when we take a first step, it is in a worthy cause, support and progress will surely follow, not be left behind. But it's very important. Let me give you just a very short story. I'm sorry, I know I'm closing, but things just keep on popping up in my mind. I think I have a little bit more time since I'm the keynote speaker, right? I try to speak to young people back home, and I'm sure you know that Africa, and Nigeria in particular, is known for what they call Yahoo Yahoo. Many people know that we are being disgraced globally. But one thing, what is university going home with hair that costs thousands of dollars, phones cost certain amounts of money, and they're not working, and they don't come from homes that can afford these things. And I wonder, don't the parents ask them where they got these things from? Because I know growing up, and even till today, my father is not alive, but if my younger sister comes home with certain things that I know she cannot afford, I will ask her where she got it from. People want quick money. People don't want to work hard. People don't want to earn a decent living. Everybody wants things, and they want it now. That attitude has to change. So I'm encouraging young people over here. Hard work pays. I'm fought up one day and said, no more. Nothing that I have today has come easy. As a commissioner, I joined politics about 8 years ago. I've run for office twice. I have failed, but it didn't stop me. I continued, and today, here I am. It might not be an elected office, but it is an appointment. But you see people that would go for office, they would run just once, and they would give up. And they would even change political party. They would be up and down the whole place, saying one thing or the other. We must be resilient. We must work hard. And for us to take our stand as in the continent, we need to be upright. If not, nobody will take us seriously. I know the challenges, like I said, the old ones are just looking for the slightest mistake that I make. I might lose my job. Deliberate on issues around youth presence in Africa. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you.
So I can help you translate your Akan proverb from English to Chi. And confidently standing here because I'm an Akan, I can do that. I thought you were going to give me fans, right? Aha, great. So simply put, Nyo fruit yapa, ani piano. I'm right? Awesome. Please put your hands together for me. Thank you. I took a lot of nuggets from what you shared. No country can solve this menace in isolation, but in unity. More than words should this conference be, but this conference should be more than words, but should be a springboard for action. Let's keep the momentum. And I love what you said about how your minister has given you space as a young person, young at heart in certain areas, to also show forth what youth can do. And I think to all the young people, we need to really applaud all the young at heart for giving us this space to also show them what we can do in transforming Africa's natural resources and environmental sector. Please, let's make it louder for them. There's an intergenerational young lady to also be as part of this session, and it's for group photography. I was thinking the young ladies were going to say, yay! Yes. So we're going to take a group photography, and then from there, we'll come back to continue with the flow of events. But these are the instructions to taking the group photography. We know that there is a large crowd here, so we are going to manage ourselves and then do this in 30 minutes. But as soon as we are done with the photography, please let's come straight into the auditorium. So the ushers are going to direct us as to the exact point for taking this photograph. It will be taken downstairs, so please let's find our way there as the ushers direct us, and then we take the photo, we smile, we buzz it on social media, and then we let the world know that after Africa Climate Summit, AYC 2025 is carrying the torch and keeping the momentum for Africa's transformation. Thank you very much. Please, let's be upstanding and go for our group photograph. Thank you. Humbly and kindly, please, let's be finding our way to the venue for the photograph so that we can still manage the time efficiently as we've been doing. So please, as we converse, as we have our pocket discussions, we can be taking steps of progress for the photograph. Thank you very much.
hello, yeah. 1, 2, Charlie, 2. Yeah, 1, 2, try, 2, yeah. Hello, 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 hello. Hey, 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 What's wrong with you? Hello? Yeah, 2. Yeah, 3. Yeah, 2. Yeah.
All right, welcome back from the group photograph. And I can see that it has allowed us to stretch out, and we are enlightened with a lot of fervor to continue with the event flow of some, I won't call them mistakes, I'll call them new style. I'll call them a new style, but it's important that we get to know some of the things that come up. So I think at the point where I asked us to be on our feet to observe a minute's silence for the departed soul of the Director of Development Agenda, in my mind I had mentioned his name. And it was brought to my notice that that didn't happen. So I would just want to mention his name and dovetail to other things as well. So he is in the person of the late Paddy Eziala, who is the former Director of Development Agenda. And he's the one we stood up for to observe a minute's silence. And then to our international participants, during the kids' climate performance, you realize that they presented this portrait, hand-drawn portrait of a very important man to us as Ghanaians. He has also departed. Matter of fact, he was on his journey to fight Galamsey in a helicopter, and it also crashed, in the person of Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, our former Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. And that was the reason why the young children decided to honor his memory by doing this portrait and then using the choreography as part of it. So please, this is just for our information so that we are aware of exactly whatever took place right here. All right, thank you so much for settling in. This was to allow us to settle. So we just want to move straight to another fun part. We recognize that there are a lot of international participants in the room. In the spirit of leaving no one behind and in solidarity, we would really, really love to recognize their presence. And so this is more like a stand-up report live in the auditorium. If you are online, to make sure you use your emojis, your comments, and say, yay, I'm here. And I'm sure the technical team will also harvest your comments for them. So, when a country is mentioned and the rep stands to their feet, I want to see the power of youth in the clap and in the shouts and all of that, so that we can have fun in a fun way. So we will start straight up to La Côte d'Ivoire. Is La Côte d'Ivoire in the house? Oh, La Côte d'Ivoire in the house? So yeah, that's the flag. Anytime I listen to Peace Passports, they were saying, when it comes to their former captain, Didier Dada Kwabena Drogba, he was always Ghanaianized. Let's put our hands together for La Côte d'Ivoire one more time for coming here. Thank you so much, mon frère. My French is coming. Is Burkina Faso in the house? Is Burkina Faso in the house? Are they shy? I should say it in French. Burkina Faso. I passed that temptation. Okay, so we'll move on to the next. Togo. Is Togo in the house? Yes. My man. Awesome. Welcome to Ghana, your sister brother country. Is Benin in the house? I saw this table lift their hands for Togo, and they are also in Benin. Dual citizenship. Let's put our hands together one more time for them. Welcome to Ghana. Is Niger in the house? Awesome. Let's put our hands together. Yes. One man army. Welcome to Ghana. Is Kenya in the house? Jumbo. You're welcome to Ghana. Yes. I reserve my comments. Let me Hold on now. Let me hold on now. I'm going to a very, very critical country, but right now I feel like I should be very biased because I'm the one who has a microphone. It's Nigeria in the house! But Ghana Jollof is better. Thank you. This afternoon you eat Ghana Jollof. You will. You eat Ghana Jollof, it will give you a dual citizenship, all right? Okay. It's Malawi in the house. Yeah. Welcome to Ghana. Welcome to Ghana. It's Senegal. Senegal in the house. Awesome. Fantastic. Welcome to Ghana, my brother. It's Zimbabwe. Yeah. Welcome to Ghana. Welcome to AYC 2025. And lastly, I love this country. Because I love this country, you should take me to Tanzania in no time. Is Tanzania in the house? Awesome. Beautiful country. Awesome. Can we put our hands together for all of them and all of us as well? For this stand-up report, let's make friends. Let's have pocket discussions. Let's find out what each and every one of us is doing so that we can connect. It's Ghana in the house. I skipped my country because this is home, you know. But then I felt, Ghanaians, forgive me, but thank you so much for reminding me. All right, so let's move on straight so that we can still keep to time. We have a very, very insightful, lightened talk coming up, and it's going to help us explore the highs and lows of youth access to funding. You know, the Honorable Commissioner from Plateau State said something very important. Was it him or Dr. Onoja rather? Either of them, please forgive me. But, I mean, right now the names are just mumbo-jumbling in my mind, but I know exactly what they said. They said that money has the ability to cloud our judgment has the ability to block our thinking capacity. But then money is still important because money answers. Money answers. Good. If it hadn't been money, I'm not sure you'd be looking very, very beautifully and handsomely dressed today. If it hadn't been money, I'm not sure you would have even been able to come here. If you pick any transport and you don't pay, I don't know how that works. That, oh, I'm coming to AYC, and as we do in Ghana, they will tell you that just mention SYND and they will allow you to come. I don't think that was a ticket to this place. So we are going to welcome a student president of Youth NREG, University of Mines and Technology Student Platform. She is a final year student. Relax. I'm not done. Relax. Young people, relax. Don't rush. Relax. She's passionate about climate action, sustainable agriculture, and youth empowerment. She eco-led Rapid Dry, an innovative drying solution reducing post-harvest losses, which recently secured $10,000 grant. And I was asking her, so you even had it and you didn't bring me the last zero. I mean, I'm disappointed. But it's my personal vendetta with her. From the World Food Program in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, Ghana, and she also and Youth NREG UMAT. Can we put our hands together and welcome Rosalind Abwajewa in team to explore the highs and lows of youth access to funding. Please, she hasn't arrived.
I'm so honored to be here. And please, we start Greg and SYND for giving me this opportunity. Once again, I'm Rosalind Abwajewa Denshi in team, a recent petrochemical engineering student from the University of Mines and Technology. And today, I'm sharing a story of rejection to resilience. Funding, as we all know, goes far beyond the idea, the solution, or even the output. A plan can be transformed into real impact. And on this journey, I have faced both crashing lows and unforgettable moments in our land. So this project is mainly made from organic products to serve as both a fertilizer and a pesticide. And our focus target was for smallholder farmers. I deeply believed in the project. It was a project I brought into existence, but then funding felt impossible. Every application demanded about 20-page plans, financial projections, and environmental assessments. And you know, these requirements, they seemed built for like big companies. But then young innovators, this is our daily breakfast. How do we go about everything like this? I spent countless nights rewriting proposals, only to wake up in the mornings to receive, unfortunately, you were not selected. How heartbreaking it could be, right? But you know, this lowest moments came, one of the biggest moments came when I went for a pitch. That was 2 years ago. After pitching this, my idea, one judge looked me in the face and said, this project wouldn't sell. I was so heartbroken because I was just 19 years bringing out something that could solve a worldwide problem. And she told me that. And after that time too, I was a team lead for the project. And you know, as a leader, you can't be broken. Because if you are, that means that you are discouraging your members. So I had to man up and just smile and encourage my people. You know, but laws don't last forever. We refuse to give up. Last year, as a SEPA, this project I'm talking about, won 14,000 plus from UNDP. This is a validation that something that somebody thinks is nonsense can be valuable. It depends on you, how you believe in the project you are running. Do you have the vision? Can you excel through? So that was about 2 months ago to the project the MC talked about, Rapid Dry. This is a mechanical batch dryer that's dry cereals and grains. So instead of our farmers depending on the sun for drying of their maize, whether rain or shine, we can use our machine. And it uses a dual, it's hybrid. It uses electricity and solar. How innovative. Please clap for me. These experiences taught me that funding is not just about the money. It's about resilience, the courage to face rejection and still try again. The process will test your patience and confidence, but it also forces you to think deeper, plan better, and grow stronger. The very struggles that seem like barriers today may become the stepping stones to your breakthrough tomorrow. Keep pushing, one step at a time. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. And for your information, as I was seated, I was listening, and it got me thinking. When I was little, I really loved science. I'm a history buff, I'm a science buff. But when I try to innovate anything, I realized that I'm not that kind of person. I innovate words, mine is with words. So for information, I have come to see that every single person is very different. I like to speak, I like to talk, I like to think. So this is also me selling myself that if you have MC gigs, I'm here. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Rosalind, for that. And this is going to dovetail into a very high panel discussion. A high-level panel discussion is going to speak on unlocking climate and green finance for youth-led solutions, as this theme of AYC is seeking to explore transforming African natural resource governance through youth-led solutions, because youth have the power to drive change. So I would introduce our moderator for the high-level panel, and in turn, when he takes his seat, he will also introduce his panelists so that we can have that conversation. So on that note, I also want you to be very attentive. Get your questions down, get your comments down, make them brief, make them punchy, so that we can still manage our time efficiently and then progress. So this moderator of ours, he's already been here, but I feel the need to do a very extensive and proper introduction of him. He is the executive coordinator of Strategic Youth Network for Development. At this point, I know that you know whom I'm talking about. Promoting youth inclusion and governance of the natural resources and environmental sector in Ghana and across the borders of Ghana. He is a member of the board of 350.org and the 2020 Goldman Environmental Prize recipient for Africa. He also chairs the Youth in Natural Resources and Environmental Governance, Youth NREG platform. As a strong climate activist, he holds the conviction that young people must be at the heart of climate solutions and the protection of the ecosystem. He believes that young people have a pivotal role to play in ensuring sustainable development. His work revolves around climate justice, biodiversity conservation, and tackling poverty or economic and social justice among young people. As a climate strategist and clean energy exponent, I love this word, he offers invaluable support to Ghana's climate agenda, such as the NDCs, to extrapolate the nationally determined contributions and the Just Energy Transition Plan of Ghana. He also supports the work of CSOs on effective ways of engaging multilateral development banks, such as the World Bank and African Development Bank. AYC, with a round of applause, let's make welcome our moderator for the high-level panel discussion, Mr. Chibueze Ezekiel. Let's put our hands together for him.
Okay, we are trying to be innovative, but all right. Thank you very much, Safo. I wouldn't want to waste much time. I will humbly would like to invite the distinguished panelists to join me on the podium. So we have Dr. Evis Chei Jabua. If he's here, please. Dr. Evis. Yeah. Oh, please let's appreciate him as he comes. He's a portfolio manager, Great Light Cities Clean Air Fund. Welcome. We heard her talk to us this morning, giving us some fantastic remarks. So it's my pleasure to once again invite Dr. Chichi Anagoli to also join us on the platform. Please let's welcome. She's the regional director of West Africa Regional Director of Ford Foundation. Joining us, we have Happy Nkumba. Sorry if I pronounced her name wrongly. She's a youth coordinator, Waking the Giant, Act Alliance Tanzania Forum. Happy. Oh, please let's appreciate her. Let's appreciate her as she comes. Oh, please let's appreciate Happy. At least this is the first time in Ghana, so we need to let her feel the Ghanaian hospitality. Please first time. Yeah, you're most welcome. We have Honorable Paul Apreku Chum Berima also joining us. Please let's do the honors to. He's a former member of Parliament and also the founder and CEO of PTB Foundation. Please let's appreciate him as he comes. So these are distinguished panelists. Rosalind gave us an idea of what young people go to when it comes to funding. So we have these wonderful people here to tell us some of the experiences, some of their knowledge that can help us as young people. If we are writing proposals, if we want to seek funding, what it takes, what is required of us. That's one of the things we think that those information standards are very lacking. That it's not enough to read requirements online, but sometimes there are things that are also expected which are always behind the scene. So this conversation is to set the pace and to provide us with those rich information. I know usually when it comes to, when it comes to panel discussion, But I learned something a couple of weeks ago, which I also want to replicate here. So I want each of the panelists to tell us something that nobody knows about them. Something that, something unusual that is not in a public domain, but we are interested to know. Something very special about them. So that is something public record, but we want to know. So I'm not too sure where to start from. Maybe Dr. Brukuku may want to kick us off it. Who you are and then what we don't know about you, but you want us to know. You start. You're so happy, yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to meet you all in person today in our very great event. Yeah, my name is Hebe Mkumbwa, as I was introduced. I work with ACT Alliance Tanzania Forum as an information and communication technology officer, and I'm also a youth coordinator for the Waking the Giant initiative. Yeah. Maybe just to proceed, ACT Alliance, this is action by churches together. It is a faith-based platform that collects many members throughout the world. In Tanzania, there are only 11 members, which are international and local members. Yes, in Africa, we have 20 countries, which we have different forums. And in Africa general, we have 46 members, including Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Zimbabwe, Malawi, etc. But globally, we have 152 members and 127 countries which ACT Alliance is operating. Generally, ACT Alliance is working in 3 thematic areas: advocacy, development, and humanitarian. So in advocacy, we are working on climate advocacy, gender advocacy, etc. But in humanitarian, we are doing a service in the areas that people are suffering from different disasters, including floods, different circumstances globally. For example, last year, we were facing floods in different regions and ability at large. Again, speaking about I say development. We are doing different development we are doing different development programs, including climate programs, gender programs, and even the youth programs that include development issues. So for me, as a youth coordinator, I ensure that youth in my country, they are active participating in the climate, gender perspectives. That's my role. And as an information technology officer, I ensure that the communication is circulated throughout the Tanzania country and throughout the world. Because this ACT Alliance is not limited only in Tanzania. It is working globally. That's all about me. Maybe I'll proceed later.
Okay, so the key question is anything that you want to share that we don't know about you, that is not on your profile.
Okay. Anything about me? I'm not married. But I'm not also searching for yeah, sure. And I'm also a singer.
Okay.
I'm singing praise and worship at my church. Yes, that's all about happy.
Thank you very much. So that's happy for you. She's single but not searching. That is a takeaway. All right. So the Chichi could also tell us maybe something we don't know about you. She's on now. Yeah.
Hello. Okay. Okay, it's on now. Okay, so what do you not know about me? When I was in secondary school, I wanted to run away to start a girls' band in England. Luckily, I kept seeing my father's face. and knew that I would be dead before I got to England. So I didn't do it. And I also used to run for my school. I used to run, and I used to, I was quite athletic, and I was also on the long jump.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I did long jump, and I had got a few medals.
Ah, okay. Oh, fantastic. I never knew that about you. So, ladies and gentlemen, so it's not always about the seriousness and, people always working, but it's also important to know where they came from. That could also be a source of inspiration. Thank you so much, Chichi, for sharing. Dr. Elvis?
Thank you, Chichi. Elvis, and maybe one of the things I would say people don't know is I have 2 left feet. For someone who comes from Ghana, that you would think Azonto is bred for your everyday, but I'm a terrible dancer. So, yeah.
Okay, he's a terrible dancer. All right, thank you very much. Honorable Paul.
Okay, Chichi, what you don't know about me that is not my profile, that I used to be a radio presenter. And as a student, then Radio Universe. So it's something that has propelled me in my younger ages and has made me excited about youthful things up to this stage. And I come from a town that is exciting. I would love people to come and visit. Kobedia Supra in Doma. It's
Okay.
none of my profile. But you have to come, the Nigerians. I commissioner, I have to come there.
Okay, thank you so much, Doc. So you used to be a radio presenter. Awesome. All right, so we have a lot of experts on the panel. They have from different backgrounds. But I want to kick off with one general question that will set the pace for our conversation. So it's more like a general question that will pick their thoughts or their minds on to inform the specific questions. It's often been said that access to climate and green finance is often described as a missing link between youth creativity and real impact. So now I want to begin with that, from your own perspectives, or what you know, or what you've experienced over the years, to share what you see as the single biggest opportunity and the single biggest barrier when it comes to unlocking finance for youth-led climate solutions in Africa. The single biggest, and also get to hear from our panelists, and that can inform the other questions. So let me kick off with Dr. Chung. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chichi. I think, Chichi, the greatest opportunity we have as Africans is a vibrant youth, over 800 million by 2050. It is a platform that can bring, by 2050, we are going to be over 800 million. And whatever you want to achieve, it is possible for this group of people. Can use to give him or her a startup, will be required to present a tall list of requirement, collateral or things that he cannot or she cannot be able to provide. And those are the things that are hindering our opportunities. Would have been on the shelf by now. Because no bank will be ready to go in there because the kind of requirement that they may request from her, she may not be able to provide it. So yes, the greatest opportunity is the numbers of the youth on the continent, but the greatest barrier is going to be the accessing of financing in terms of collaterals and in terms of the risks averse in terms of our banking.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chung. So the biggest opportunity is about the numbers that we have as young people, and the single biggest threat is about the risks that are also involved in terms of the collateral you have to present before you can access grant from the bank. So those are the words from Dr. Chung. So Dr. Elvis, what will be your take on this?
Thank you very much. So for the thinking is usually that there is no money. And so a lot of young people feel, okay, I have this idea, but there's no money, and then I can't pursue it. But it takes from the biggest advantage. The fact that you live in the global south, of all the places, is your biggest opportunity. It means that you are in the middle of challenges, you're in the middle of things that are not there. What it means is that you can find one thing and begin to make that your target and fix it. Or make that your goal and say, I'm going to address this single problem, and that's going to be my bread and butter. If you were not in the global south, those challenges may not be there. So in the midst of the challenges, it's important to see that that is also your biggest advantage, and that is the biggest opportunity you have. When you come to think of the other aspect of it, it's also your biggest opportunity, because it's so easy to tell someone, I'm going to spend money where it's needed the most and where it's going to make the most impact. If I'm supposed to drop 100,000 in any country in the global south, it would achieve so much more than if I give that same 100,000 to any organization in the global north. And so it's important to see the kind of impact you can make when you look at the challenges that are there in the fact that you are in the global south. One big barrier is the way we think of our ideas as young people. It's important to know that, okay, I have this idea, I want to be able to do this. But beyond doing that, if someone is supposed to give you money to do that, then what? So having a structure, having a strategy is often missing. So, I want to fix teenage pregnancy. If you succeed at fixing teenage pregnancy, what are you going to do? What is your plan in the next 10 years? If someone decides to give you all the money you need, what would you do? And often when you ask people, they just have that one idea, and any other question, any other inquiry regarding it becomes a big obstacle. They're like, okay, I'm going to get back to you, or I have under 5 and succeed. What is going to be the future of that baby? And so that is the one single barrier in terms of how we think of our ideas or of the things we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tum. Dr. Evis, very, very wonderful feedback. When we were talking about the opportunity in terms of the location, the global south, I remember somebody saying that money is a reward for solving problems. So the more problems you solve, the more money you make. So it means that for young Africans, we are complaining, we are always crying, underdevelopment, corruption, lack of accountability. So that could also trigger opportunities. So thank you so much for those reflections. Happy, let me come to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. On my side, I can say the greatest opportunity for unlocking the climate and green finance for youth-led solution is the availability of the platforms that youth are existing. Availability of platforms, including churches, mosques, schools, homes. As we know that the population of youth all over the stage to start with, when we want to approach youth and talk about the natural resources, all issues about the climate and so forth. About the barrier that is available when we unlock the climate and green, our Honorable Mr. Peter, as he was saying about the expectations from youth. Youth, they want to establish something and they want to achieve largest outcomes at a very short time. So the attitude that they have is to have greatest impact in a very short time. That is very negative. That's not true. Always growth and achievement is the process. We start smaller and you grow high. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Happy. Thanks for the reflection. Availability of platforms are good opportunities, and also our thinking, our attitude, also can serve as a barrier. Chichi, please.
Okay, thank you. I think the biggest opportunity is the fact that we can't be ignored. Africans can't be ignored. Young people in Africa can't be ignored. We can't be ignored because Africa has the solution for green energy. We have the fossil fuels, but we also have the green minerals. So we have both the problem and the solution, which means that depending on how it is that we organize ourselves, we will not need to be left behind. So the fact that the opportunities are here, the green minerals are here, the biggest carbon sinks in the world are here, the Congo Basin, the Niger Delta, are here. So the solutions are also here. So that's a big opportunity, and it is one that young people need to tap into. I think that in terms of the barrier to funding, I think a major challenge is doing the homework. A lot of people don't want to do the homework. They don't find the information that they need. They don't take time to find the information they need. People walk up to me many times and they will say, oh, we want, this is what I'm doing. And can the Ford Foundation support my work? And I'm like, this person has not had a chance to go to the Ford Foundation's website to know that we don't do teenage pregnancies, for example. That's the least that you can do. If you have the opportunity to be where you can find a funder, you should come prepared. You should actually go to those websites, get the information, understand what the funder is interested in, understand what it is that they fund, understand who they have funded before, look at what it is they've funded in the past, because that will give you an idea as to the types of things that you can bring forward. And then you do the networking, because really at the end of the day, the honest truth is that people fund those that they are comfortable with. People are not going to fund someone from the blue that they don't know. So when you do your homework, then try to get to know the funders. But the best way to do that is to increase your visibility. Nobody will fund what they don't know. So you've got to tell your story more. Luckily now there are so many platforms, there's social media to help young people, show their work. You need to be visible. You need to show the work that you're doing, because that's how people are going to get interested in partnering with you.
Thank you very much, Chichi. In fact, you have even responded to one question I have for you in terms of how prepared we ought to be as young people in trying to access funding. But sometimes a bit interesting that even if what young people are applying for are not in line with what the funder is looking for, they always want to make a case that what I'm doing will still connect to your objectives. So for me, the key takeaway is that we have to be prepared and make sure whatever you are doing is in line with what the funder is looking for. So still sticking with you, Chichi, this year is going to be the 65th anniversary of Ford Foundation. So I want you to celebrate this great milestone. We want you to share some of the key success stories or impact or support has provided for young people within the West African region.
Okay. So 65 years is a long time.
Yeah.
And in that period, the Ford Foundation has, our annual budget is about $12 million. So if you can, and of course we have other fundings, maybe about 15 million. So if you can times that by 65 years, that will give you the amount of money that the Ford Foundation has spent in West Africa. And we have 3 focal countries, so Nigeria, Ghana, and Senegal. We support other countries when there's an emergency, but these are our programmatic countries. So over these years, we have really tried to provide support based on where the countries are at. So at Independence, the focus was trying to build a workforce, an educated and professional workforce. So there was a lot of building of capacity of civil servants, providing scholarships to people, helping universities build their institutions. So some of the iconic universities we have, University of Ibadan, University of Nigeria, University of Ghana, we provided resources and funding to be able to support them. I don't know whether anybody knows the IITA, the International Institute for Tropical Agriculture in Nigeria. That institution seed funding was provided by the Ford Foundation. The Bio Foundation provided them the funding to start that institution. And so moving forward, as challenges continued to, to magnify, when we had our challenges around democracy, democracy institutions in Nigeria and Ghana, to build their institutions, to resist military rule, and to support a return to democracy in many countries. Today, we are focused on two main areas of intervention: on natural resource and climate justice, and gender, racial, and ethnic justice. And under gender, racial, and ethnic justice in West Africa, we are focused on preventing gender-based violence. And then we are looking at natural resource. Under our natural resource and climate justice, we're looking at ending at just energy transition, ensuring a just energy transition, and also making sure that communities benefit from the extractions that are happening in their communities. So in that regard, I mean, young people have been at the center of the work that we do, because we know that West Africa is a young population, and if we're going to achieve anything, we're going to have to work with young people. So a lot of our grants go to youth organizations. We've provided support to what we call the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund, which is a fund that was meant to provide, sub-grants to young people. We've also had the social bond, a social bond that provided funding to youth organizations as well. So I think it would be difficult to talk about all the things that we have done, but many of these things, if you Google, you'll be able to find them. But I think the most important thing is to say that the Ford Foundation has been a real partner in terms of helping the development efforts in West Africa, especially with young people. And we continue to provide support to youth organizations, recognizing that they are the present and the future.
Thank you very much. Please, let's appreciate Chichi for that and for those initial submissions. So Dr. Chimbarim, I'll be coming to you shortly, but I'll be, Anneli said, open the phone lines.
Thank you. I've been given 10 minutes for Q&A, but I know that is very, very limited. So what it means is that in the next 5 or so minutes, I'm going to, open time for Q&A. So if in the interest of time, if the moderators can help me, whether we're going to form a queue, so at least we can start having people, readiness for their questions to ask when we are ready. So Dr. Chimbarima, I know that when it comes to funding, policies and legislations play a key role. As I mentioned, Dr. Chimbarima, has been a former member of parliament, and we know the role of parliament, when it comes to our work in Ghana. So based on your parliamentary experience, how do you think young entrepreneurs or youth networks can actively influence legislation so that financing frameworks are designed to better support their solutions?
Thank you very much, Chichi. In Ghana, using doctorate can cost you a lot. I'm not a doctor. Well, as a youth, I think the key things that we need to do, especially policy, is the basics in terms of it determines the incentives, it determines the taxes that we are supposed to pay, it determines how much we are supposed to allocate to the youth and all that. One of the ways that as youth we can be part of the process is, one, we can submit or propose our own 25. It's how we can push across the globe that every government should establish the Green Youth Finance Facility. That request that as youth, how much have you allocated to us? We can follow that through with whatever request we do. So I think those are the ways that in terms of policy and legislating wise, we'll be able to influence what governments are doing for us. But we need to push it at the preliminary level in terms of bills submitting, so that we can be part of processes. And I was happy when the commissioner says that they have an assembly for youth that deals with climate. It is because sometimes we, the legislators, they bring them that the government said he wants to do so and so, A, B, C, D in climate change. This is what is going to the youth. This is what is going to the women. This is what's going to these people. We don't do that. So it is about time that the youth try to become part of the process from the beginning. And that is another way that we'll be able to influence policies and be part of what we want to see in the future.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate the Parliament.
But please, native them. But I'm happy. Working under or with Waking the Giant initiative, that connects youth action to the SDGs. How can young people in this space frame their projects in a way that clearly links to the SDGs?
Right, thank you, Mr. Moderator, again. For me, I would like to share this experience. Through branding and visibility, this is a major platform for the youth to ensure that they are well engaged in different opportunities. For example, when we speak about the climate issues, natural resources, we spoke about the employment challenge in Africa. Most of the way that it can support youth is through their branding and visibility. I do remember in 2023, I joined a certain, especially visible on my such kind of newsletter, electronic magazine, to showcase our activity that we are implementing. So through that opportunity, this year in 2025, they sent me an email to give me a rand of 10,000. It's not high amount, but it's a small, August to September. So people, they see who you are. So even in this congregation for us as youth to ensure that we are visible there. When people want to search you, what's your name there? So I started to wear like this way. So my fellow co-workers started to wear like me. I said, okay, it's a good idea, but we are not the same. Everyone has a specific talent. So let's show ourselves who we are. We are learning every day. So learning is the process. Today we learn, tomorrow we implement. So as young leaders, I would encourage everyone to be willing to learn every day. We learn through social media. We learn through this.
Appealing, and I don't think you expect a serious person or find out to see such email, and we want to even connect with you. So let's be very intentional about some of these things. And even in recent times, one of the things that has also become very important is that even to have organization-based emails, .com or .org. These days are not expensive. That adds value to your organization. So you must show yourself seriously if you want to be taken seriously. So thanks so much for those quick, information from you. Happy. So I just want to switch now to the issue around data. So coming to you, Dr. Evans. It's often been said that youth groups often lack access to advanced monitoring tools. From your leadership with brave cities, how can young people practically use community-driven data or low-cost monitoring to strengthen their advocacy and attract climate finance?
Thank you, Chichi. Yeah. I'm not sure the reality is that data monitoring tools are not available. Mm-hmm. The reason why I'm saying that is often we don't like to use what is available. We want to always reinvent the wheel. If you ask a lot of people, and I'm going to use the work we do at Clean Air Fund, if you ask a lot of people, what's the air pollution level in Accra? Majority of the people in this room will tell you, I don't know where to find it. The data is not available. But the truth is, there are more than 3 organizations, including one recently launched by the EPA, Breathe Accra, which is a project we fund, EPA, and OpenAirQ, IQ Air, ECHO, all have real-time air quality data for the entire country. So is it really true that data is not available? Or is it that we don't want to go out there and find what is out there? You meet people saying, oh, we want to set up low-cost sensors to monitor air pollution at traffic junctions. We have over 65 low-cost sensors in Accra from breatheaccra.org. So if someone says, I don't know the air quality level in the city, it's rather a question of how much do we like to pay attention to? Because we are in an information age where there's too much information and very little utilization of that information. In that, people would make all the noise about a trend on social media and say very little about this very event. But let's say there's a gossip. Everybody wants to hear about it. And so the question is, what are we doing with the things we have available to us to drive the things we want to achieve? A simple solution is what we like to think of citizen science is not always spending a lot of money, but it's also looking for the common things that's around us. We're able to say, oh, let's all make fufu on a Sunday as Ghanaians. I'm using the Ghanaian example. And we have something, we say NTNC, you bring something, someone brings something, and you make your food. We only do that in social circles. We can comfortably do that when we come to social action. That if an organization is doing A and another organization is doing B, we're not competing among ourselves. A lot of CSOs in the space, not only in Ghana, not only in West Africa, feel they are competing among themselves for work. It is not true. You're not competing among yourself because when you come to the funding regime, it's very common for a funder like Cleaner Fund to approach Global Methane Hub and say, we are funding this organization, can you match our funding so that they can do more? If funders are doing that, why can't CSOs form consortiums and say, we're doing this, you're doing that, you're strong in that, so can we come together? And use those resources available to us to do the basic monitoring we want to do. Because we usually would say, oh, we don't know how many people are pregnant in this community. But it doesn't take too much to say, oh, we're setting up a WhatsApp group, mention if you know someone who's pregnant and tell us where they are. It's as basic as that. Set up a social media poll and get information. We would say, oh, we want to write a proposal, so we go and get money and then we can find out how many people are pregnant. You really don't need money for a lot of things when it comes to data collection. There are some data that you do need money. I'm not against that. But when it comes to the basic things we do need, often we don't need so much money to achieve that. And so looking into our community is always the first thing I would drive to. What is existing in the community that is around you? What are the strengths? What are the weaknesses? Are there other organizations that are already doing what you're looking for? And you would realize that I want to start a school campaign. There's already an organization that is doing a school activity. It may be once a week. Talk to them. Oh, can we join you to do your school activity? Because this is what we want to do. It doesn't mean go and kick them out. It doesn't mean make them feel like you're taking over their space. It's important to be as collaborative as possible. And so there are tools that you can use to do something as complex as air quality monitoring. It means that there are definitely tools that you can use to do something as simple as getting opinions, as looking for resources, as finding out where do you go to look for money. Because often, every CSO wants to keep their funder a secret. They don't want to tell the other CSO how they got money for the operations. But in reality, funders are looking for organizations to fund them. One of the questions I get asked every time is, oh, you work with Cleaner Fund, should I bring a proposal? And the answer I give them is no, we don't take proposals. We've never advertised a proposal for funding for any of our projects. In the last 2 years, we've spent more than $2.5 million, and we never put out a single proposal call. Because if we want to do something, it's what you're telling everybody you're doing that we come to you. So if you're doing something, people should see what you're doing. If you're really making an impact, it's really not a secret. It will be out there for people to know. And that's how you get people to see what you're doing and to collaborate with you. And so data monitoring should not be seen as some complex activity. We should, as much as possible, deconstruct it to use the resources around us and benefit from the organizations that we see doing what we want to do.
Thank you very much. Please let's appreciate Dr. Elvis for that insightful submission. So we have enough available, from him. So I believe that's one key point for us to note. Other questions? Can I see my hands? I want to know the number of hands up. Five. All right, please do me a favor. Can you up here so at least help me to know? With all due respect, if you can just line up in front of us so we can know the number of people with questions in the interest of time. So we have about six or seven people with questions. So please, let's make our questions very snappy. As 10 seconds, others can also have a chance to ask their questions and get their responses. Yes,
okay,
please.
thank you for
your
this
name
opportunity.
and where you're coming
Thank
from.
you for this opportunity.
Yeah.
My name is Alhassan Sadiq Abubakar. I'm into renewable energy and water resources. But my problem with funding is mostly we the youth, as our honorable MP said about we the youth, we don't come to them for information, or we don't align ourselves to what they do. But mostly we the youth, some of us are not politically related. So when you try venturing maybe an existing party for an opportunity, you'll be tagged with such party colors. That will block your opportunity from other source of funding. So what can they do that when we come to them, we will not be tagged with political colors, and when this opportunity comes to, they don't align it to their political groups, but make it open to every youth who qualifies to access this funding? Thank you.
I'm sure this question will go directly to Honorable. But let's take 4 questions in the interest of time, and then the panelists will respond to that. So if possible, you can address directly to the panelists here who be depending on your question. So yes, Rev.
Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. My name is Reverend Richard Ni Amatia Desan. I am the CEO for Up and Shine Foundation. We are into the holistic development of the child with disability. And I'm also the immediate past president of the Africa Federation of Amputee Football. And from where I'm coming from, I've dealt with the youth a lot, especially with those that are into sports and other, ventures. Now, I'm excited by listening to the various speakers. Unfortunately, there's something I want to bring to the notice of those of you who leaders in Africa who are into these wonderful things. More times, it looks like we leave our brothers or friends that are in the disability fraternity out. And I want to ask here that with these wonderful plans and the initiatives that we are listening to, what are the plans for the youth in disability fraternity? Thank you.
Thank you, Rev. Proceed.
Hello, I'm Maulom Sherita Ibi. I'm a student, a level 300 student from the University of Ghana, and I'm reading social work with French. And I remember you mentioned something about social actions, and I have a few questions.
Hey, you think?
No, sorry, it's just one question,
Okay.
but just that it's packed. And about social action, I know it has to do with like from segments, and then it eventually reach the larger community or larger people. But I also want to understand, when it comes to Ghana especially, when we are doing something about social action, it usually stems from locality development. I mean, when it comes with community coming up with their strategies or plan to meet a goal. But I, however, rarely see social planning. And when we talk about social planning, we are looking at the top down. That has come from the government or authority that will also put their involvement or engagement in it to make it a reality or make it manifest. So I want to ask you, how do you think we can foster this thing to include the social planners and also the social action to make the locality development a very better initiative or to reach the goal? So this is about my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So let the panelists respond to the first round of questions, and we'll come to the second round. The Honorable.
Okay. So, Hakim, political interferences. I don't know what do you mean actually, but when it comes to policies, I think politically it's not colored. Maybe if you have a good example to tell me, maybe we went to a ministry or an agency where they were able to tell you that because you are color A or party B, you will not be able to assess anything. Indeed, I'm also not saying that it doesn't exist. These are things that are happening because certain political people believe that these are the people that have supported me and I intend to support them. It is not right. But because we've not been able to stand on our feet to defend ourselves, to be able to, for them to change that, it has become a norm. So a party comes to power and everybody who is on the other side have to be put on the other side. Just because my party, even recently in Ghana, when there was a change in government, we saw some youth moving from offices to offices, sacking people. Because no one has been able to stand against that. And it will take us to fight such, because we are the same people who lead such causes. We are the same youth that will take to social media to say that this is my minister, this person, I did this. So it has become a problem for us to solve. Recently in Ghana, what has become the topical issue in terms of political insult? Who are those leading these? Is the youth. So some ministers sit somewhere, have seen my brother Apia Kubi insulting him from Doma East, and then you see him in his office and you want him to support you. So we need to start to think the way that, listen, those people who have charted that path, we are not going to go with them. We want to chart a new path. So that a youth puts a camera on himself and start talking about development, branding, start talking about what I can do, start talking about some social action that we all have to support, not an insult that we have to defend. So I think you are right. We have to work at it, but it will take you and me for us to do that. And again, in terms of the climate change, that's why I'm thinking that we must initiate a certain fund that will be for the youth development, especially those in the climate sector. So that if we are talking about the green finance facility, if it is established by Party A, even if Party B comes, you don't have any option to continue with it. We can fund it from our own budget as well as multilateral and bilateral funds that come in. And those are the things we have to do. But let me tie into Reverend's question. Rev, so again, it comes to the point that there is a disability fund that is supposed to support various districts' activities. So if we come to Doma East, I know there were times that every year they put them together and then they will buy them, maybe depending on what you want to do, and then they will support. It's inadequate, very inadequate. We also push government to be able to, because you are saying it is for us. That's what I'm saying. The opportunity, the greatest opportunity to turn around our fortune on this continent is 830 million of us. We can do that. In Nigeria, some time ago, I think the youth activists, they were able to make some changes. I think, I remember, I don't know, in Egypt, in Morocco, there are certain activities that have written by, it was done by the youth, it was led by the youth. As Doug is saying, social action, lead it, and you will get people to support you, so fight is the right cause. So, Rev, let's start it. Maybe we have over 100 people here. Let all of us support you on your social media. One of the biggest platforms we have as youth is the social media. It's the greatest platform, as Happy was saying, that we can use to change a lot of things for ourselves. We can use to lead a lot of courses for ourselves. And I think we should take advantage, rather than scrolling, rather than trying to post things that are not, let's post things that we can all support, that will bring change in our own lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. So, Dr. Evans, I think there was a question for you, the social action or social plan.
Thank you. So usually when we think of social action, it's important for us to understand that social action can come from different levels. Yes, there's a grassroots, there's a locality development, and then there's a top-down approach where the government is, this should be done, that should be done. If you do ask me, I have a very multi-approach in that you can't always expect the government to be the one who's bringing you the solution because you know your problem better than the government. That is one thing. And then also, it's also important that generally top-down approaches are discouraged because when you do bring solutions without doing the necessary consultation, it doesn't solve the problem. When you travel around the country, you will see markets built on the highway that are not being used by people in the various places because that's not where they want to buy and sell. And so that's a typical example of a top-down solution that really doesn't solve the problem. If you do think of this, the social problems that we deal with in our localities, there's always one very strong action that I think we always undermine. There is nothing stronger than group action, demanding for solutions and demanding for things. When I say demanding, I'm not saying be up in arms, be violent, and destroy things. It's consistently using any opportunity to say what is that the using any opportunity to bring that problem to people's attention, to say that we need water in this community, and all the people in the community have come to say that they need water. All the people in the community are in agreement to it, and every forum, every opportunity, any agency that comes in, you use that. And so the idea of creating awareness is not just for people to know. The idea of creating awareness is to drive demand, where you're telling the people who can do something about your problem that we didn't know this is affecting us, but now we know it's affecting us, so can you do something about it? And what can you do, and when can you do it? If you do not make that process of not only staying aware is good. Yes, when you drink polluted water, you're going to get typhoid or cholera. That is good. But once you become aware, you need to now go out there and demand for clean water. And tell people that if the water you're giving us is not clean, then we're going to be sick. And we know A, B, C, D. And so the idea of doing consultation, the idea of education, the idea of awareness should drive action. And that action can only be achieved if you're demanding for it, not just as an individual, but calling that group action, using any opportunity to call for it. If you think of it, the way our societies have developed, and I'm using Ghana, which is not different from most cities in the sub-Saharan Africa, we have developed in a way where planning schemes from top down have not worked. And even in situations like a city like Tema, which was planned, if you go there and the planning scheme is failed completely, because it takes not just the top to keep the plans working, it also takes local support and local action to keep those plans working. And so I would say we should demand at every opportunity, that is one, but locally we should also canvass and demand for action and demand for what we think we want. Those are the two ways to ensure social action and social planning are incorporated in the things that we do. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Elvis. My organizers are breathing heavily on my neck that it's time, but I want to borrow time. Okay, so you can also have the chance to ask questions, get our responses, and wrap up. So I'm borrowing 10 minutes from the organizers. I know they will sacrifice me, but I'm borrowing 10 minutes. So what it means is that you have 25 seconds to ask your question. Because in 25 seconds, I'm just going to raise my hand if you haven't asked a question. So please, let's be very, very snappy with our questions. Yes, so we are taking all questions, so that at least we can have the panel to respond to them. Yes. So let's be very snappy.
Okay, Thank you very much. It's an honor meeting you, Mr. Chibeze, and yeah. Thank you. And yeah, my name is Osbert.
So it took you 25 seconds to.
I'm sorry. Okay. My name is Osbert Kweku Coleman. I'm currently an environmental management and policy. Yes. So, question is, I'm founder of an initiative called CISA, and want to take change where it's needed in rural areas in Ghana or Africa at large. And my question is to Madam Chichi and then Dr. Elvis. For the PM thing, Accra is leading PM 2.0 is really, really bad. And I want to know if youth-led initiatives bring very, very bold and then high-risk projects like the Eco Dome, want to set up an Eco Dome in Ghana or like a rural area to improve advocacy. You guys don't really like funding bold initiatives, high-risk initiatives. It's only the safer ones or like the ones that you already know. So I want to know, is it a feasible project? Like, does it work? Because I already know safe projects being implemented.
So the question is, why are they not putting a money high project? All right, so that is for Chichi and then Dr. Elvis. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Please don't start. My name is Noni Karaoke. I am the founder and the president of Green Age Warriors, which is an environmental initiative that advocates inclusion, equality, and equity, especially in empowering local communities from the grassroots. I come from a village in eastern Kenya. It is a marginalized community. But I think this goes to the people in power and also our funders, for example, Madam Chichi. Yes, we are taking action. We are trying our best to have social action to help to try find the funders and all this. But down there in the communities, it's really hard for the people down there to know about these opportunities or even maximize. And the few who get this moment, they hide it, as we were told. So what are the funders and those maybe in power doing to ensure total inclusion of the people at the grassroots and local communities to get the funding? Because the people who are closest to the problems, these are the people who are closest to the solutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Right. Since mine is not really a question, I'll go straight to the point. I am a head teacher of my school, and Arusha, Ghana connected me. We deal with them. So I am here because of that. Now, when the presentations were going on, the moderator asked the first question, and the response that came, I had one. I think that the climate change thing, almost everybody have it as a concern, and have grants or there are. Basically, I have a friend who went for grants.
Can you we don't have time. So just, okay. So you're not asking a question, you're making a comment, or you have, so just tell us.
So,
yeah.
My concern is that.
Yeah.
Hello. So it's an issue. I believe that grants are available, but I also believe that people are not getting the grants because of two reasons, and that is what I want to state and go.
So just go
so one, I think people go for the grants and sometimes do not use it for the intended purposes.
Okay, that's one.
And because of that.
No, so that's one. Number two.
All right. Okay.
So just give us the second reason, so we can save time.
Yeah, basically
that's fine. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate. So that's one reason why we don't get funding. We get the money and not use for the intended purpose. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
My name is Alfred. I'm a mental scientist with Accra Metropolitan Assembly, C40 City.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your informative panel discussion. I have 3 questions. One is, no, it's very fast. My observation is
yes.
Many youth-led organizations, they struggle to meet the stringent eligibility criteria for these climate finance mechanisms. So how can these financial institutions adjust their requirement to be able to better accommodate small and early stage youth-led initiative? And then the second one is the donors, they usually emphasize on measurable impact. So I'm asking the panel, what innovative tools or framework would they suggest to the youth in order to be able to demonstrate climate, social, and economic impact to attract more funding?
Okay.
And then the last one is, apart from a youth-led initiative being depending on external source of funding, how can youth-led initiatives transition from a dependency initiative to a more sustainable financial mechanisms? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yeah, so last two set of questions.
So my name is Isaac Boyson, and I'm an environmental. So my questions goes to Honorable. That's a wonderful discussions. First, I want to have a feel of view of when the LI, I think LI 2462 was actually passed to give permission for mining close to forest reserves and coal. And then the current situation calling it for it to be repealed. Now, we just spoke about action. What legal action do you think we youth here that are passionate in preserving the environment for the future should take to protect the environment from the current menace that we are facing in the country? Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Yes, last question.
Thank you very much. My name is Isaac Ejapon. First, I would like to give a commendable applause to Honorable Peter Goom for his great achievement of creating the Climate Change Assembly in the Plateau State. Now to Honorable Chubereva. Since we don't have this Climate Change Assembly, and also our honorable members do not hold open forums for their constituents, how best can we submit these private bills, and what are the channels or the ways to go? Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. That was very snappy. Yeah, so in the interest of time, I want to plead with panelists that in responding to the questions that were targeted or thrown at you, you could also use that to give your final remarks. So if you can do that in no, some of the questions are pregnant. So if you can do that, maybe each that will
okay.
say best.
Let me just touch on them first. My lady from Kenya was talking about how we could, those at the top can make various communities appreciate what are the opportunities that are available to them. I don't know how Kenyan system works, but in Ghana, you have the ministry, you have agencies, and have the district assembly. So whatever is at the ministry is replicated at the district assembly. So every ministry in Accra, which is the capital, is also in Doma East, in my village. So whatever you want to know, if you visit, it should be able to help you. But unfortunately, those agencies have not been effective. And I think it is important that we find with them to push them hard to do. Even in Ghana, one of the agencies also that must help us to do that is the NCCE, the National Civic Education. They have not been up and doing. So it is important that we find ways and means to push the Minister for Local Government intends to go down to his regional minister. The regional minister goes to his district chief executive officer, and those information that we need to get to the people will get to them. So that's what we can do. LI246. So when that bill was presented, it was presented with a good intention. Indeed, if you read that bill thoroughly, it only gives guidelines, but it doesn't give permission. If you read thoroughly, it gives guidelines. But unfortunately, over the years, and exactly as Hakim said, politics has caused us to from solving our own problems. Because someone will come and pick up a license for exploratory. Exploratory doesn't mean mining, but you will see the person mining. And confront the person, and the person will call somebody, and even the district, the commander that you call will stand by you and say, yes, sir. We're here, sir. We are doing it, sir. Honorable, let's go and have a discussion outside. And that person will be left. So we have played politics with our own future, and it's catching up with us. Indeed, the current government told us that in 100 days, if they come, they will repeal it. Just yesterday, at the media press by the president, he said that you can't repeal it without not finding solution for those who are there. So there should be an alternative livelihood for those working there. Some few months ago, you said we should repeal it. We should call for a state of emergency. Now you said no, we should take it easy. That is the problem. For me, again, and as Doug is saying, We were in this country where, is it Lydia Forsen? Doomsaw. They organized something, Doomsaw. It was led by the youth. Yvonne Nelson. You remember, in Ghana, youth. For me, I think it is about time we take our future in our own hands. We need to take up the responsibility in trying to change some of the things. And as Doug is saying, these things that you are doing to go against you. Of course, it was on mining. That is our government lost by 1.7 million. And as we sit here, nothing has been done. Yesterday, the president actually even went ahead to say that the gold board, the country is benefiting from them because they are buying gold. They don't because smuggle it out again. So it's difficult if we don't move away from politics and focus on development. And sometimes they use us, the youth, because they will come and call you to come and attack me, and you will come and attack me. Instead of you saying that, no, I will not do it. But Chumberima, go and call your son or your daughter to go and do that. I will not do it. You will come and do that. And then later, you will be at the end struggling. So for me, people, YC 2025, it is our call to say that, okay, listen, how are we going to institute action to change this dynamics? Are we going to start from the community, or we are waiting for the policy people to come, which they are not going to come because sometimes it will benefit them. If it benefits them, they won't come to you. I will urge all of us to come together as a youth that if one person initiates an action, let's all of us support it. It should be devoid of political colors. Forget that. What is politics? Politics is about someone wants to go to Kenya, and I want to travel through to the US to Kenya. Somebody says, I want direct flight to Kenya. Somebody says, no, I'll go through Dubai and then go through Qatar before I get to Kenya. What is the end point? The end point is for us to get to Kenya. But the route is what is different. You want to choose different route. I want to choose different route. And that is the only thing that separates politics. So if you make politics as something to get to the development, it's what is it?
in 5 seconds, yeah.
Process that you can get to Parliament. Now, Parliament has stakeholder engagement office. You can start engaging them, and they will give you hearing. And then some of us are still available for us to help to how to put together a bill that we can push it. But my point is that for us to be free from politics, green financing facility will be a good thing that everybody can access. You don't need a politician. You don't need a high requirement. But so far as you fit in, you'll be able to get it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable, for that remarks. Happy if you can just give us 2 minutes response and your last, message.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and everyone who asked us the questions. For me, just to respond on the issue of grants, we have been speaking a lot about the lack of money. It has been like a song. But for now, as youth, let's change our mind. Let's share resources that we have. Speaking about the grants, this is the smallest amount. You cannot satisfy your interventions through grants. But grants should be first stage for you to go forward. So do not take grants as a solution for you to implement climate interventions. Take grants as a first way for you to move forward. Because sharing my experience, as I said, sometimes grants is not a competition. Wherever you are, it may follow you. For example, you are in the country, so do not make everything on your side. Choose the specific area for you to be known. For example, we are doing climate. Maybe you want to introduce yourself. I'm doing climate, I'm doing gender, I'm doing humanitarian. You are doing a lot. What is the specific area that you are doing? So specify yourself first, then people will realize what is your specific area for expertise, so grants may follow you as whatever you want to search it. As maybe to finish, we have this slogan that says, leave no one behind. We are depending from each other. People with disability, they have their part to do. Children's, they have their part to do. Women's, youth, and men, they have their part to do. So let's share our resources and grants will follow us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Happy for those submissions. So we'll go to Chichi for responses and then last remarks.
So someone asked about donors being interested or not being interested in bold, high-risk initiatives. I think, first of all, it's important to identify who your donor is, because there are donors who are interested in different things. So if you go to a donor who is only willing to give out, the maximum of $50,000, that donor is not going to be interested in a high-risk initiative. But if you have a donor who's willing to give out $1 million, then that donor is obviously more interested in things that are high risk. So you need to map your donors and know who to go to. But more importantly is also the fact that it is actually your responsibility to make sure that you are telling the donor how to mitigate the high risk. Because the donor is looking at several grants, and you're not the only one. So the person is comparing your grant to other grants and saying, if I fund this, what return, in terms of what social return am I going to get compared to the other initiative that seem more straightforward. So if you know that you have a complicated project, you really need to make the effort to explain it and show the mitigations to the risks. And the clearer you are about how you will mitigate the risk, the easier it will be to get the funding. So how do we get people in rural communities to get information on funding? I think we've already talked about visibility. Social media is everywhere, and people need to be able to ensure that the work in those rural areas are shown. But I think more importantly is to say that donor funding is only about 10% of the funding that is available to people that's available to development. Diaspora funding strips that. Individual funding. As a matter of fact, if you look at a lot of the faith-based organizations, most of them don't apply for funding, but they have a lot of money because people are coming and donating money. So I think that what we need to do is to shift from this focus of thinking that only international donors can fund our initiative and look at how do we begin to get our high net worth individuals and the people who come from those communities to become interested and aware because they have an emotional attachment to the work that we do. So if you're able to find, if you're working in a particular part, of Ghana or Nigeria or wherever, what you need to do is who are the people who come from here? Who are the people who will be interested in this work? And begin with them, because they will give you not just funding, they'll give you restricted money, because if they're interested, they'll just give you a donation. That's the way we do it. And so that will help you build your donor portfolio before you then talk about international organizations. But everybody focuses on international organizations, and the money they bring is, like I said, 7%, in so many other countries. So let's build the portfolio of funders. Let's include Africans, let's include high net worth individuals, let's include diaspora people, let's find as many people as possible, and that comes from telling your story, telling it well, and getting an emotional connection, to the work that you're doing, getting people to become emotionally connected to the work that you're doing. I was reading something, I don't watch Big Brother, but somebody I just saw a clip of the other day, and someone was saying that one of the residents of Big Brother had, Nigerians donate up to 35 million naira to her, even though she wasn't even the winner, but people were just sending money to her. I'm like, oh, okay. But whatever it is, I can't relate to it because I don't watch the show, so I don't know what it is. But what it tells me is that when people are emotionally connected to something, they will donate to it. So we have to be the ones making how do we adjust the requirements, the eligibility criteria. What you consider a strict requirement is actually easy for someone else. And the reason it's easy for that person is that the person has grown through the process and gotten to a stage where they can then, meet those criteria. So if you're having challenges with the criteria, it's probably because you're very new. And just like you don't feed, solid food to a baby, you cannot as an organization expect to access a certain amount of money when you have not been able to demonstrate that you can take, you can access or that you can manage a smaller amount of money. So if you go into the donor world, you will find that there are people who support startups, there are people who support, who give small grants, before you go to the bigger ones. And if you look at that, you will see that the criteria is very different from the people who give small grants to the people who give much bigger amounts. So don't go to the person who's going to give $1 million when you know that you don't have a finance, structure, when you don't have, what it is that what the requirements are. You start with the people who are willing to give $1,000 or $2,000 or $5,000. Those ones, and then you begin to build your portfolio. And as you get older and as you become much more efficient in your organization, building your capacity, making sure that you keep your records well, making sure that you keep your impact stories well, then you're going to start growing. Even for your sake, forget about the donor. You want to be able to build a sustainable institution for yourself. You cannot have an institution in which your finances are not kept, you have no money. For your own sake, you need to know that to be able to know whether you yourself are being impactful. So it's important to look at the donor world, like I said as well, ensure that you're getting other people to fund your project. And I think, I think those were the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Please, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes, Dr. Elvis.
Thank you, Chichi, and thank you everyone for the questions. Some of the questions have been answered by Dr. Chichi. I would just touch on a little bit of that and then give my final remarks. The reality of it is that you need to have a growth path, and when I say growth path, it's important for you to understand how you're growing. You can tell me you're an NGO or a CSO, you've been in existence for 5 years, you've never had a single audited account. It means you're not really looking for money from anybody, and you're not really looking to do any impact. Because you should be able to have certain things in place after certain years of operation. It's basic. So have a growth path for your organization before you go to anybody for money. And as Doc said, when you do go to people, understand that everybody and their risk appetite. There are organizations that would be able to give you $1 million and would only say, bring your registration documents. And that is enough for them. And the organizations that would ask you for your strategic plan, your annual budget, your audited account, your registration, your tax clearance, your bank statement, your staff number, and all sorts of documentation for them to satisfy their need. The first thing I usually tell people is, it's good to look at the requirements on the website, but it's also very important to reach out to people. So you go to Ford Foundation website and they say you need XYZ to be able to do money. In every funding organization, even the big ones, are interested in what we call micro grants. Micro grants is where we look to fund small organizations that have not met the things we do. It's not on our website. So send Dr. Chichi an email. Oh, we're a small organization. We've been operating for 5 years. We have audited accounts. We have X number of staff. Our annual budget is less than 50,000. Is there a way we can access money from your organization? And they will tell you, oh, what do you do? If it's in line with what they do, you'll be surprised the kind of things they will scrape off. We funded organizations that only had registrations and audited accounts and said, in the next 2 years of your operations, we want to see that you have X, Y, Z in place because we want to see CSOs grow. Donor organizations are not looking to keep their money. What you need to understand is that donor organizations' KPI is to know the amount of money you've spent. So if at the end of the year, I'm supposed to spend 2 million and I was only able to give out 1 million, I have not fulfilled my target. I can only fulfill my target if the organizations I'm giving money to are also meeting the requirement. It's so sad to know, and I'm going to say this, I'm not sure if it's a different case across. You give a lot of organizations money and they cannot spend the money. I've worked with so many organizations. You give them $250,000 at the beginning of the development. They're like, oh, we're going to use this in a year. At the end of the year, and they've spent less than 100,000. This year, there's an organization that we gave 350,000. By the end of their first year, they have not spent more than half of that money.
And that's money that could have gone to another organization. So there are organizations that are meeting the requirements that are so structures. Can you do the work you say you can do? If you're given the money you're asking for, you have someone send you a proposal and say, I need 875,000, and they've never had money from any organization. Nobody's going to give you that money. When I give you money as a funder, I also have things I expect you to do. It's not just for you to come to work and go home. It's for you to say you're doing the things you said you're going to do. So do you have the capacity? Do you have the structures? Do you have the manpower to be able to meet 1,000 students? Because you say, oh, if you give us $200,000, we'll meet 1,000 schools. Can you really meet 1,000 schools? Do you have the capacity? Do you have the structures? That should be what we should be looking at. It shouldn't even be meeting the requirements of the funder. If you put your house in order, it's so easy to get money from funders. Often the complication is that, oh, funders are asking for X, Y, Z. Often, people don't know this, but if you go to a funder for money and your idea is great and is even risky, and they can only fund half of it, they are so comfortable reaching out to another funder and say, come, let's fund this organization. And it happens all the time. And so it's important for you to put in the structures, the capacity, because when you go across CSOs and look at their books, you then begin to see a lot of money that is unspent, year-on-year financial reports. Every organization that is in the sub-region reports an underspent. And then the question is, how do we give you money again if you can't spend the money that we're giving you? And so I hint at collaboration because if you do not collaborate, you can't spend the money you're given. If you don't, so it's important to put in place within your organization sub-grant mechanisms. That I went for 100,000, I'm supposed to do 10 schools. Take 2 CSOs and tell them, I want you to do 1 school for me, I want you to do 1 school. You build their capacity, you build their eligibility, you grow their structures. And in that, you also grow yourself. The CSO structure and network only becomes strong and eligible when you hold each other up, when you seek to see each other succeed. Not when you only want to be the organization that is getting $1 million, and then you can't do the work. And then it's a problem because the next time anybody goes to Global North for money in Ghana, they're like, no, the organization that doesn't do the work, so we can't give you money. And so those bold ideas and those bold initiatives should come with a structure. It's like when you put a V8 engine into a Hyundai Matis or a Kia Morning, it's not going to work. The engine that you want to carry should match the structure. Your mechanics should go along. And so let's build the necessary structures. Then you can easily move at the end of the day. To just say the final words, climate financing is one interesting thing that you always hear. There's a lot of money not being spent in the Global South, which is a fact. This money is not being spent because capacity is not there. Structures are not there. It's not because there's no money. Every year on year, you can go on LinkedIn, there's a funding call every month. Why are CSOs in Global South not getting that money? It's because we're not building a structure, we're not building a capacity, we're not putting ourselves in a place where we can access that money. So it's important we put ourselves in a place where we can draw on that money. It's so hard to find a single CSO in West Africa that you can willingly give 5 million and say, and know that they can spend it. It's not possible. So if someone is giving 5 million, you can't go for it because you can't spend it. And so let's fix our structures, let's do the needful, build capacity, work with each other, and know how we can all progress in terms of climate funding and green climate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think these are very fantastic remarks. I don't have more to add. Only to ask Dr. Evans that those who couldn't spend their money, please tell them that we are here. We are here. We can help them spend their money. So I'm not going to add more to what they've said. I'm sure they've done justice to all the questions and all our expectations. I believe these are all ongoing conversations we can have, even today, tomorrow, and a third day. I find myself in a very difficult position now because it is very dangerous to stand in between people's lunch. So I don't want to find myself in this space. So on this note, please help me appreciate Dr. Elvis Jabo. Thank you. We have Dr. Chi Nyagole Okoye, Happy Nkumba. Then we also have Honorable Paul Apreku Chum Berima. Please help me appreciate a wonderful. This was a very important conversation around financing youth-led interventions. But I believe we are still going to have these discussions even at lunch.
and also later in the day, and then tomorrow and Saturday. So on this note, I'm sure the MC will tell us our next activity, even though I know it's lunch. Okay, so photos for, we need a, thank you so much. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I can say there's a wrong song for a wrong moment. Please, it's time for lunch, not breakfast. Thank you. Like Chibeze said, even though it's lunch, I still have to come in just for the formality. But our lunch will be taken at the Ghanaian Village Continental Restaurant. So our ushers will direct us, excuse me, they will direct us. Coupons will be shared at the entrance to ensure that you take a coupon for your lunch. Without a coupon, no food for you. No coupon, no food. Please, if you happen to have received a coupon, maybe because of something, no corruption, thank you. The ushers will also direct us to the exact point for the lunch. There are other announcements I need to give in addition, but I can hear the rumbling of many stomachs, so I'll just pause here. Kindly, let's be on our feet. Let's go for lunch. You're supposed to have been having lunch by now, so please, when we go there, don't be in a rush, but take your time, but let's be still be in the time so that we can meet whatever that we are doing here. Lunch is for an hour, but let's be on time. As our co-host for this, please help us keep the time so we can efficiently use the resourceful time that we have. Thank you very much.
such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping.